Good evening, everyone. We'll go ahead and call this regular session meeting to order at 5:06. Mr. City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Duran.
Here.
Councilmember McReynolds.
Here.
Councilmember Mongonay.
Here.
Councilmember Schumacher.
Here.
Councilmember Campos. Deputy Mayor Halter.
Here.
Mayor Dr. Sanchez Palacios.
Here. 7
members present. We do have a quorum.
Thank you. And Councilmember McReynolds, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Thank you for that. Moving on to our special presentations and announcements. And today, we have Mr. Dan Long here. We're going to be celebrating a beloved local tradition that brings our community together each year, and that is the Ventura County Fair. Each year, the official fair poster captures the heart of the theme and sets the tone of the festivities ahead. And it has become a symbol of summer here in Ventura, cherished by fairgoers and often collected as keepsakes. So behind this artwork is a talented local artist whose creativity has brought the theme to life. And at this time, thank you again for being here, our Ventura County Fair Board partners, to present this year's poster and introduce us to the artist behind the work. Go ahead, Mr. Long.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mayor. So it's my pleasure for Betsy Chess, another director. We were both here last year ahead of the fair, and just wanted to present the poster to you, and thank you for your time tonight to be able to do this.
Excellent, thank you.
So
Go ahead and do that.
I guess I'll be Vanna. So here's this year's poster.
That's so cool.
This year's poster was drawn by a fourth grader, which is just amazing. Her name is Kaylin Kwa, and she's from Camarillo. And her poster was selected among 200. And I was there for the judging, and this was just amazing. We had a kindergartner that had one that was in the running. I mean, it's just remarkable what our kids can do.
That's amazing.
But our fair is coming up. It starts the 30th of July and runs till August 10th. And there's an amazing concert lineup. On July 30th, it's the Beach Block Party featuring Tone Lock, Yin Yang Twins, and more. July 31st, Diplo. August 1st, Dirty Heads. August 2nd, Lee Bryce. August 3rd, Dia de la Familia, La Maquinaria Norteño, and Septima Banda. August 4th, Florida. August 5th, Dylan Scott. August 6th, Scotty McCreary. And then 3 days of rodeo, which happens August 6th, 8th through the 10th, which happens to be my personal favorite. And we also have special admission days, which I know people look forward to. Wednesday, July 30th, $5 before 5 p.m. Friday, August 1st is Youth Day. Tuesday, August 5th is Seniors and Persons with Disabilities Day. Wednesday, August 6th, Ventura County Credit Union Member Day. Thursday, August 7th, Community Heroes Day. And Friday, August 8th, Food Share Day. We hope to see you all at the fair.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing the poster to show us. Appreciate it.
Want us to present it, or?
Yeah, Mayor, why don't you come
I'll
down?
go down there.
She does that so much better than I do.
And I'll get a picture as well. And I'll have you guys center in the middle for me if you don't mind. Take a quick picture. Perfect. All right, perfect. Thanks so much.
I love this poster. It just is so cool. It's a little different, but it just really looks so nice.
It's really cool. I love all the animals in there, too.
Yeah, it's fun. Thank you.
I love the upside down animals.
I know. I love it. Thank you.
Thank
So
you.
we get to put it up.
Yes, please. Please excuse us for not staying. We have a livestock auction committee meeting going on as we speak. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Good to see you.
Thank you for that. Our next recognition, although he's not able to be here, I did want to honor Coach Philip Matthews from Ventura College. He is retiring after 55 years of coaching at the high school, college, and Division I levels. And though he couldn't be here with us this evening, we do recognize his incredible achievements of 2 state championships, 10 league titles, and a 295-55 record at Ventura College. He was the first African-American head men's basketball coach at the college and is in both the Ventura College and California Community College Halls of Fame. And more than 20 of his players became coaches. 3 have made it to the NBA, and many more found success thanks to his mentorship. And he always emphasized academics with his teams, often having the highest GPAs in the country. And so with that, we want to thank Coach Matthews for his lasting impact on Ventura and the basketball community, and we wish him well in this next chapter of his life. Moving on to our closed session report, Mr. City Attorney.
Mayor, the council took up all 4 items in closed session, and there's no reportable action.
Thank you. Any city council communications? Councilmember Campos?
I have some slides. These are photos of some of the Ventura employees at the 4th of July event. The fire department group is pictured there with some of the kids. Environmental sustainability and Ventura Water booths were steady the whole time. They didn't get overcrowded, but there were plenty of people there. And I apologize to Parks and Rec. Once that parade started, I couldn't see anything above the kids' heads. Next slide. The Avenue Library wanted me to remind everybody that this Thursday, July 10th, the Game Truck and Kona Ice will be at the Ventura Avenue Library. I think the first 100 people get free Kona Ice. Monday, July 14th, you can meet the Science Heroes at the Avenue Library from 2 to 3. Stepping back, the Kona Ice event starts at 2:30. And then on Monday, July 21st, you can see the Avenue's favorite magician at the Avenue Library from 2 to 3. Next slide. The Great Ventura Bike Challenge will be going on this weekend, this Saturday, on the Avenue at West Park Community Center. Everybody ages 0 to 55 who can ride a bike can participate. Next slide. Saturday night, there's a special fundraising event for Namba Arts. Starts at 7 p.m. This is a group of the artists who routinely perform or sing there. And thank you for the slides. And Mayor, I found out about 10 minutes before the meeting that my youngest brother died today. And I'd like to end the meeting in his honor. To say, Eric, it's okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Mangone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My condolences, Councilmember Campos. I would like to remind the community that tomorrow we have a special meeting. It's all about water. If that's your thing, staff will also be given a presentation that includes the history of the water projects that we're currently potentially under construction, Ventura Water Pier and the MBR facility. If that's not your thing, I'd encourage you to go downtown. They are going to be doing the line dancing on Wednesday, which if you haven't been there yet, I was there last week. It was a ton of fun. It was a lot of fun. There's a couple hundred people down there. All the restaurants downtown were full. I believe tomorrow is your last opportunity to take part in that. So I would encourage you to maybe come here first and then go down there and get some line dancing on. I think Stephanie Caldwell and the Chamber Board really did a good job putting that on for 5 weeks. It was a free event for the community, but they had to raise funds to put on that event. And so I would encourage you to go down there and credit to Ms. Caldwell and the Chamber Board. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McReynolds?
Just really quick, I want to carry on with my colleague. There will be one additional, the following week, they're going to be doing Shrek, the movie, in front of the Mission. So if we won't be a competing event, I know most of you want to be here, but if you want to go see Shrek, the movie, that'll be next Wednesday night. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Duran, I saw your light come on and then off. You're good. Okay, perfect. No other comments from council? I'll go ahead and move on to city manager communications.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and good afternoon, everyone. At the end of July, we will start repaving Telegraph Road between Ashwood and Hill Road. This project will resurface approximately 690,000 square feet of roadway and will continue through January 2026. Work will generally occur Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., with potential night work between 9 p.m. and 6 a.m. near schools and high-traffic intersections. We encourage residents and visitors to take the Surfers Point Artwork Survey, available on our website now through Sunday, July 27th. The Surfers Point Phase 2 project will include tiled artwork along a seat wall, and we're seeking resident feedback on the final artistic direction before we launch a call to artists. The survey is only 3 questions. Please take a moment and share your feedback. Residents age 50 and older are encouraged to attend the free seminar, Blueprints for Safe and Sustainable Aging in Place, on Tuesday, July 15th from 4 to 5 p.m. at the Ventura Avenue Adult Center. Those in attendance can explore practical solutions for home modifications that prioritize safety, comfort, and independence. Topics include structural changes, ergonomic enhancements, smart technology, and the psychology of aging in place. Snacks and refreshments will be available, and you can visit the city's website for more information. The Ventura Fire Honor Guard is hosting a 9/11 Memorial Stair Climb on Sunday, September 7th at 8 a.m. at the Crown Plaza, and invites community members to participate. Participants will climb the equivalent of 110 stories, symbolizing the height of the Twin Towers, to honor those lost on September 11th. Registration is open now, and space is limited, and proceeds support the Honor Guard's mission to honor the fallen. Please visit the city's website to learn more or to get involved. And we have a special meeting of the council tomorrow, July 9th at 5 p.m. right here in the council chambers. And then we won't have another meeting scheduled until August 19th after the summer break. And that concludes my remarks, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you for that. At this time, we have reached the public communications portion of the meeting, where members of the public may speak on any city-related topic that is not listed on tonight's agenda. And please note that under the Brown Act, the City Council cannot discuss, deliberate, or take action on items raised during this public communications portion. And so, as a reminder, we ask everyone to help maintain decorum so that all attendees, both in person and online, can feel comfortable participating. And to show support in an inclusive and respectful way, you're welcome to use the American Sign Language for applause by raising your hands and gently twisting your wrists. The initial public communication period is limited to the first 20 speakers, with priority given to in-person participants. And so if you wish to speak, please submit your speaker cards now, either electronically or by using the raise hand feature if you're joining virtually. This ensures that we have an accurate count for speakers. And at this time, Mr. City Clerk, do we have any public speakers?
Thank you, Mayor. We have 12 speaker cards submitted for general public comment.
Okay, and since there's more than 10, we'll have 2 minutes for each speaker. And at this time, we'll go ahead and open public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first speaker this evening is Gabe Turon, followed by Dale Marinas, Jim White, Shannon Lampman, and Pippi Fontlanth.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and City Manager, and the staff and the public. My name is Gabe Turan, and I am currently serving as Mayor Pro Tem for the City of Oxnard. I am here on my own tonight, not representing the city, but I came here tonight just to inform a neighboring jurisdiction about something the City of Oxnard is working on. As you can see from these props here, these are nitrous oxide canisters. Previously, these were known as whippets and were in these little stainless steel containers like this, but now they've changed into this. These came onto my radar about a year ago when I started finding them out in our community on my normal walks, and I found them all throughout the city, typically discarded in alleys or on people's lawns or in gutters. I have about a dozen of these, and I've never purchased a single one. These have all been that I've found out in our community. Our city started working on a comprehensive prohibition on the sale of these in the city of Oxnard, and that'll be before the city council this month. I wanted to go to neighboring jurisdictions to inform them of this because I am concerned that with the negative physiological and neurological effects that can come from over misuse of these products, that neighboring jurisdictions may see these migrate to their jurisdictions where there's little or no regulation of them. So I wanted to put that on your radar as a council and to your city manager for consideration. I've emailed additional materials from our staff report and our ordinance to the clerk and to the city manager if you would like to review them. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out. My day job has been in health and prevention education for the last 23 years, and this is absolutely something that falls on my radar and something we can still be proactive about. So thank you for your time. I just wanted to give you this information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Dale Marinas, followed by Jillian Nye, James Harbach. I don't see Dale Marinas. Jillian Nye. Jillian Nye. Oh.
Hello, Council. I want to thank you and Madam Mayor for listening to your community and giving us a voice. I'm an artist at The Wave, which is on the corner of Thompson and Garden Street. I've been there for 15 years, and I think you'll hear from quite a few of my fellow artists today. So I would just like to offer to partner with you and give you all a tour at a time that works for most people so that you can see firsthand the amazing things that are happening there and also some of the not so amazing things. And most people will be here to probably talk to you about some of the not so amazing things. It's not so much about our artist community, but the corner that our building is located on. There's a lot of things that are so far out of our realm of impact that we've reached out to our management company, we've reached out to our local law enforcement, and we're here reaching out to you to see, first of all, if you know about what's going on over there, and if not, would you like to come and see the potential that we have to be a thriving community and also the things that have been dragging us down beyond our ability to make a positive impact. So I can be reached through my email. It's nylove, NYELOVE, @msn.com. And I'd be happy to give you all a tour. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is James Harbach, followed by Jim White, Shannon Latman, Pippi Fotlanth.
Good evening, Council. I'm here tonight because I'm not going to be able to make it tomorrow during your water rake hike meeting. So I would encourage you, anything coming across the dais that raises water rates, I'd encourage you to vote no. Staff needs to live within the budget that we have now. You all live here in Ventura, and if you rent, you either rent or own. And if you rent, the landlords are going to charge it back to you. I find it hard to believe that you would all even consider raising rates again. State and local California governments have created a problem that you now have to try and fix. You insisted we get rid of our grass, trees, gardens, and install decomposed granite and drought-tolerant vegetation, limiting the amount of water we residents use, creating a shortfall. Compound this for a couple of decades, and here we are trying to fix a problem that bureaucrats created. Raising our rates is not the solution to fixing the problems you've created. I'll say it again. Has utility bills come down in price? No. You've encouraged us to use low-flow toilets and faucets, and we did. But has it stabilized our water rates? No. They've increased over and over and over again. I request that you vote no on increasing any water rates and stop Ventura Water Pure now before it bankrupts our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim White, followed by Shannon Lampman.
Thank you. Mayor, council people, city staff, community, I just want to give you a good, I guess I want to thank you for supporting the Valentine Road Apartments. 5 of you came to our unveiling last week. 2 of you didn't, and you know who you are, so I'm going to kind of go through this a little bit, tell you a little bit about it. We have a 142-room hotel that's now going to be moved into 134 studio apartments for individuals experiencing the risk of homelessness. That's been a concern of many people in the community for many, many years, and we're doing our job to fix it. I've been honored to be the vice chair of the Housing Authority for the last 10 years, and it's taken about 10 years for us to work on this project. At this time, we have 63 apartments ready for residents to move in. A full project expected to be by January 2026. One of our speakers, your mayor, said this, and I want to repeat it again because I thought it was so well said. For a street that's named for love, the Valentine Road Housing Project is a powerful rider for the Ventura Leads with hearts, for our neighbors, for our unhoused community members, for those seeking a fresh start. The project is about belonging, and that's what we're all about, is belonging. The milestone for the Valentine Road was also talked about by Mayor Matt LaVere, and with the progress of the Valentine Road Apartments, we mark a significant achievement in ongoing efforts to combat homelessness in Ventura County. So thank you for your time and congratulations.
Shannon Lampman, followed by Pippi Fontlaff, Jackie Woods, Glenn Overly, James Grace.
Hello, City Council. Good evening. My name is Shannon Lampman, and I live at The Wave. I'm here to raise concern about safety in our neighborhood, especially at the 170 South Garden building. Several residents of the building regularly allow unhoused friends, guests to stay for extended periods of time. While I understand it comes from a place of compassion, it also is creating safety and livability issues for the rest of us. There's been a sharp increase in open drug use, suspicion of activity, disturbances in our area. At night, many of us no longer feel safe to walk outside. Near our homes, it's affecting us, how we're living, kids playing outside, and how secure we feel in our neighborhood. To be clear, it isn't about judging people that are struggling. Homelessness is a real issue that needs long-term situations. But unmanaged, unsafe behavior, especially drug use, should not be allowed to endanger our residents. We are asking the city to please investigate what is happening at the 170 South Garden to ensure housing safety rules are being followed, to increase outreach, who needs help, addiction services, mental health care, shelter access, to support safer conditions in our area, better lighting in our streets, increased police patrols, working with the property managers that have inherited a 16-year problem that has now gone out of control. We want a neighborhood that is compassionate, but also safe and livable for everyone. Thank you for your time and your service to our community.
Pippi Fontlaff.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having us. I'm an artist and I live at The Wave. and I'm really concerned about the activity at the shore. It's a revolving door, and it has been for many years now for low-income people being housed. There are a lot of good people there, but the people who are cooking meth and putting people's lives at risk, and the police have been called anonymously. The police have been told there's a meth lab. My neighbor tapes up her vents because the meth comes through her vents, and it's depleting her health. There's animal abuse, there's children abuse, and they are entering the building every night, and in the day they get shooed out, and they're all partying. In fact, the police came last night and arrested someone. I could say a whole lot more, but I only have 2 minutes, and I hope that you'll address it. Also, there is no lockbox for police or ambulance to enter that building, so if we call the police, they can't get in the building. This has been noted by the owners over the years, and they still have no entry for police or firemen, and that really needs to be addressed. And our safety at night is really, really bad. Okay. I have a couple more minutes. So please, if you can help and support us in any way, because we're not getting heard where we live, and we're in danger, and it's really bad. Who wants the rest of my minutes? Okay. Yes, I think that's the main thing, the illegal drug activity, and it really needs to stop because we're in danger at the Wave. Thank you.
Jackie Woods, followed by Glenn Overly, James Grace, and Samuel Harley.
Hi, thank you, Madam Mayor and honorable council members, for hearing us and being present. Does anybody have contact to Netflix? Anybody? No? Because we got an incredible docudrama going on at the Wave. And if it were on Netflix, we'd be in our 10th season. Also, I have to wonder about the actual coordinate of the site itself. It's at the corner of Garden and Thompson Boulevard, kind of where, and also Ventura Avenue, that whole area underneath, kind of near the, what do you call it, the freeway? What do you call it, the freeway? The freeway access there, underneath the freeway. I don't know what it is about this coordinate. It's just crazy. There's something wrong. And here we are about to have the county fair come, and I'm wondering what's next, because it's bad. And I'm wondering if somehow the city can partner with Caltrans and can partner with the fairgrounds to come up with something that is safe for that area, because it's not going to look good when we have a homicide. Does anybody know Nancy Grace? So, yeah, it's really serious. And, you know, our new management company, their hands are tied, no pun intended. So we need some help. Thanks for listening.
Thank you.
Glenn Overly, James Grace, final speaker, Samuel Harley.
Good evening, council. I had some prepared comments, but I decided not to say them. I didn't have very many words after last night's Rules Committee. That went a long time, but I first want to say thank you to Michael and his staff. They're the point of contact that I've always gone to. They've been super helpful to me. Derek, Keeley, and also Ashley, and a lot of times Joseph, believe it or not, I see him. But to council, thank you for taking the time. I know that you're elected officials, but thank you for taking the time away from your family to do important city business. Madam Mayor, thank you for recognizing the protocols tonight. We went over 10. I get 2 minutes. I completely agree with that. That's the protocols. Thank you. I did want to make some brief comments about last night's Rule Committee meeting. I thought it was super beneficial. There were a lot of people there, I think maybe around 20 or so. I think my wife had a lot to do with that. She reached out and contacted a lot of people to make sure there was some presence. That was an important meeting. I also think that some of the policies that were discussed there by Mr. Duran, thank you for the policy related to the jail. I hope that ends up being beneficial to the city. And I think I want to say this, is that it's so important for us to always remember the hierarchy of our city, and it has been forgotten. I have a flow chart that shows the organizational chart before, and believe it or not, city council is right here, and there's another box above them. That's the citizens. The citizens are above city council, believe it or not. And I don't know whatever happened to that org chart. I still have a copy of it, but it blows me away. Council has responsibility over Mr. Ayub and also over our city attorney, but the citizens are still above that. Thank you.
James Grace.
Good evening, Council. I'm James Grace. I live at the Wave with my partner Colleen, who's a photographer. I want to bring to the City Council's attention the illegalities that are occurring next to the Wave at the Shores Apartments, 170 South Garden Street, which are part of the Wave grounds. For starters, according to some residents there that are like hostages with the crime that's going on there is an alleged meth lab going on. It's been there for several months, and it's not only cooking drugs, it's got propane tanks, and if you've ever heard of meth labs exploding, that's how they do. And the meth lab, the chemical smell comes out at night, and the people that live there have to tape up their vents because it comes through their vents. And the people that live on the Wave on that side, they have small children and girls, and that's wafting into their apartment every night. Add to this a prostitute selling her wares multiple times a day and night out of one of the places there. Drug parties in an empty unit on the grounds into the early morning hours and out by the dipsty dumpsters in the back. A criminal element of druggies that are let into the building. They don't live there, but they're let in, and they get to stay there and live there with the druggie friends by people dropping their keys out the windows so that they can get in, and or putting branches, or even we have a picture of somebody that cropped one of the doors open with a pair of brass knuckles. This is right down here next to the Wave. The criminal element is in there. There's a couple in particular with that have been there for 6 weeks that used to have an old bike and 3 dogs. Now they are selling, apparently meth is a good business. They're selling, and they have 2 brand new electric bikes, and they're there constantly. Even if the police tell them to leave, they're back at night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our final speaker, Samuel Harley.
Hey, City Council, Madam Mayor, thank you for this time. I'm not here to tell you what to do, because you know how to do your jobs. I think everybody here is trying to do everything they know how. We don't always succeed. I'm a resident of the Wave. I've been there for 10 years. We recently moved from a higher level apartment down to a lower level. I'm on the ground floor, and the building we're speaking about tonight is right in the courtyard when I open my door. And when I hear a sound at night, I don't want to open my door. I don't want to see what's going on. People at the Wave, we recently got together and made a group so we can communicate with each other, so we feel like the power of numbers with us. One of the residents who has to tape she has to tape over her vents, she has to put wet towels under her door, so she's not breathing fentanyl, meth fumes all night. She now feels safer to go outside and walk because we've sort of gotten together. But we can't do all this by ourselves. So I say, I don't know what you can do about it, but I'm asking you, if you can do something, please help us. It kind of breaks my heart. I've seen children living there, some that recently had to leave because their parent had gotten sucked into the drug cycle that is so available there. The majority of the people who are there right now are involved in this stuff. There's a small core of people who are there who are trying to make their lives better, and they need an environment. They deserve an environment where they can do that. And we can invite, in whatever way, we can invite these people to do whatever they're doing right now somewhere else. I do hope they get the help they need. I know homelessness and drug abuse is a huge problem, but we can't allow it to keep on going here. There are good people there who are trying to make their lives better, and they are suffering. They're hurting physically, they're hurting mentally, they're hurting emotionally. I've seen families get broken up because of this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, any remarks after public comment?
Thank you, Mayor. Just to note that the police chief is engaged with some of the residents of the Wave, and no doubt will follow up on some of the concerns we heard here this evening.
Okay, thank you for that. Moving on to our consent items. There are 11 consent items on tonight's agenda for consideration. If anyone wants to make comments, ask questions, or request a no vote, or request an item to be pulled, please let me know. Councilmember Schumacher?
I'm voting no on 6.
Thank you. Any other? And I just want to say that I would be recusing myself from 5, Mr. City Clerk, as I'm employed by the county. Seeing no other, Councilmember Campos?
I also would like to vote no on number 6.
Okay. Councilmember McReynolds?
If there's no other comments, I'd move to approve the consent calendar.
Okay. We'll go to public comment first.
Thank you, Mayor. No public comment on consent items.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, so we have a first and a second with 2 noes on 6 and a recusal on 5.
Thank you, Mayor. You can go ahead and enter your votes now on the consent items, registering a no vote on item 6 for Councilmember Schumacher and Councilmember Campos, and a recusal by the mayor on item number 5.
Thank you.
All votes have now been entered. 7 ayes, and the motion carries.
Thank you. Moving on to our public hearing items. Item number 12 is a resolution renewing the Ventura Tourism Marketing District. And I believe we have our senior management analyst, Carrie Glenn. And Mr. City Clerk, do we have noticing requirements met for this item?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, this item has been adequately noticed.
Thank you. So I'll go ahead and open the public hearing as staff gets ready to do their presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, Executive Leadership. For the record, my name is Carrie Glenn, Senior Management Analyst in Economic Development. Tonight, we're here for our final public hearing for the renewal of the Ventura Tourism Marketing District, in which we'll recommend Council adopt the resolution of formation for the district. I have a few slides. It'll be a very brief presentation, and then I'll turn it over to Council for consideration after that. But joining us tonight in the audience is Marlis Oster, President and CEO of Visit Ventura. And then also joining us online is Gina Reed, Senior Project Advisor with Civitas, who are assisting Visit Ventura with the renewal process. All three of us actually will be available to answer any questions following the brief slides. All right. So just a quick overview of the overview and the renewal timeline. So the district was first established in May of 2021 and will be expiring at the end of April of next year. So the purpose of the district, again, is to provide a dedicated funding source to market Ventura as a tourism, meeting, and event destination. So the renewal period that we'll be putting forth tonight is for May of 2026 through April 30th of 2036. So it's a 10-year renewal. So the timeline for the renewal process, the petition drive was begun in April and May of this year, And then in May 13th, we came to council, and council adopted a resolution of intention. May 20th, we mailed notices to all the assessed business owners regarding the public hearings. And then we returned on June 10th for our first public hearing, and then we're here tonight for our final public hearing and to adopt the resolution of formation. So where this fits in to the council's strategic priorities, it fits under the economic vitality and development strategic priority, and it also falls under the focus area of implementing the economic development strategic plan. So as we know, tourism and hospitality is a major income driver for the city of Ventura, and this district provides a dedicated funding mechanism in which to market Ventura. So that is my super brief presentation. I'll turn it over to council now if you have any follow-up questions, and I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Any questions? No, seeing none. I'll go ahead and recognize public comments if we have any. Mr. City Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. We have no public comments received for item number 12.
Okay. So I will bring it back to council for final questions or a motion as that's required.
I move staff's recommendation.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second on the floor.
Okay, we do have a motion and a second to approve the staff recommendation. You can go ahead and enter your vote now, although we may have to do a roll call vote. One member is absent. Mayor, we're going to have to call a roll call vote, just my technology, since one of the council members is absent.
Okay.
On the motion, Councilmember Duran is absent. Councilmember McReynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Mongonay?
Yes.
Councilmember Schumacher?
Yes.
Councilmember Campos?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Halter?
Yes.
Mayor Dr. Sanchez Palacios?
Yes.
And Councilmember Duran on item 12?
Yes.
7 ayes, and the motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for that. I have been asked for a break right before moving on to item 13. So we're going to take a break and come back. It's 5:48 right now, so come back at 6:05. Is that enough time? 6 o'clock? Okay, we'll be back at 6 o'clock. We are back. If I can have my colleagues, thank you, join. Thank you, staff, for your patience. We are now on item 13 of public hearing items, and this is the hearing to establish a pedestrian mall in the Main Street Moves closure area, and we have staff presentation. Before that, though, want to confirm that noticing requirements were met, Mr. City Clerk? Thank you. And so now I'll go ahead and open the public hearing and turn it over to staff for your presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, members of the public at home. My name is Rachel Diamond. I'm Community Development Director, and I have with me Chris De La Vega, Assistant City Attorney. Tonight before you, we have the Main Street Moves Pedestrian Mall Law hearing. A little bit of background for you. On June 16th of 2020, the street was closed to vehicles and a special event permit was issued to help establish that street closure. There were numerous extensions issued for that special event permit through its expiration on July 1st, 2024. In March of 2024, parklet design guidelines were adopted by the City Council. In May of 2024, the council extended the closure through the vehicle code through January 31st of 2025. Prior to that expiration on January 28th of this year, the City Council certified an environmental impact report for the closure and directed staff to proceed with pedestrian mall law closure with procedures while extending the vehicle code closure indefinitely. On April 8th of this year, the council adopted a pedestrian mall law resolution of intention, and this hearing was set at that time. Since then, we have noticed all of the ownership entities within the closure. We've posted notices as well in compliance with the law, and also recorded the resolution of intention at the county. We've also been working on visioning for the future of the closure with our consultants, RRM, working with the community, businesses, and property owners. Today, we received 49 objections to the pedestrian mall law implementation, totaling 56.5% of total linear feet of buildings within the closure. And we did receive 45 claims totaling $232,995,457.00. A little bit about the pedestrian mall law process. A lot of this is outlined in your staff report, but based on the objections and the claims that we did receive, since we have received more than 50% of adjacent property owner objections to the pedestrian mall, the request fails effectively, and we cannot consider the pedestrian mall law process for another year. At this point, because there's more than 50% objections, the City Council does not need to take any formal action on the claims that we have received. So as such, we still are, of course, holding a public hearing now. Staff is recommending that you conduct this public hearing and receive input. And we have received those objections. So we're asking that council makes a finding that the city has objections from owners representing more than 50% of all the frontage, and make a motion terminating the pedestrian mall law proceedings. Further, we're recommending that council provide direction to staff on whether to pursue reopening the street by bringing back a resolution to terminate the vehicle code closure. Should the council wish to reopen the street, I have an outline for the process for reopening the street. We estimate that it would take approximately 9 weeks, including a communication campaign with all of the businesses and property owners within the closure area. We would then remove the unfortified or permit fortified parklets, and we would remove the barricades and relocate them temporarily to the wastewater plant where we have some space to hold on to them. We do own those barricades. And then we would also work on rehabbing the street, so removing and replacing the curb markings and updating signage, putting meters back on the street, et cetera. And we estimate that this process overall would take us approximately 9 weeks. So with that, I have the recommendations up here, and we are available for any questions.
Thank you for that. I will bring it to council to see if anyone has any questions. If not, I'll go ahead and recognize public comment. Mr. City Clerk, do we have public comments on this item?
Thank you, Mayor. We did receive communications via email. Those have been posted online, and we have 13 public speakers on item number 13. Our first one is Kate McDuffie. Kate, you've been seated time. You'll have 9 minutes total.
Good evening, council members, staff, and fellow members of the community. My name is Kate McDuffie, and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the Ventura Theater. We've remained neutral on the issue of closing Main Street until now. But as this discussion moves towards a permanent decision and long-term investment, we feel it's time to share our perspective and concerns. Let me be clear. We support efforts to improve and revitalize downtown. But we believe the current model of the Main Street closure is flawed, as it has already negatively impacted the community. Moving forward without addressing the core issues will continue to hurt, not help, downtown businesses and their patrons, ours included. Let's start with parking. When Main Street was closed to traffic, we lost access to our private parking lot. That might seem like a small detail, but it isn't. That lot was essential to our operations, and its loss has had a ripple effect on our staff, our patrons, our neighbors, and our ability to do business. Since the closure, Main Street parking has vanished, and in 2022, meter rates went up. In a few months from now, we will see even more increases in meter rates, and paid parking in city lots and garages will be implemented. While this may seem like nominal incremental changes, they directly impact our ticket sales and downtown foot traffic. If coming to a show means a 10-minute walk and a confusing parking process, or worse, no parking at all, many people simply won't bother. Where do you think our 70 to 100 employees park during a busy show night? They need space too, and right now, we have no solutions. Next is the question of funding. The city has no budget in place for the improvements required to make this closure permanent. Why are we discussing permanent design changes without secured funding? That seems backward. Will property owners be asked to foot the bill down the line? What guarantees do we have that a future council won't impose assessments to make up the difference? There's already talk of landscaping, lighting, infrastructure. Who pays for that? Making decisions before we have the money isn't responsible. It's reckless. We've seen this pattern before, and it does not work. Now let's talk about purpose. Main Street Move started as a way to bring people together during the pandemic, but in the years since, it's created a deep divide in the community. I've attended the meetings. I've seen the us versus them narrative. I've felt it. And something I find concerning, many of the most vocal supporters of the closure have no financial stake in downtown. They don't own property, they don't run a business, they don't depend on downtown to pay their staff or cover their rent, but they have loud voices and they're being heard. Meanwhile, those of us with actual skin in the game are being told to wait and see, but we've been waiting, and what we've seen is more vacancies and less revenue. There simply isn't enough within the current street closure footprint to sustain itself. The restaurant scene is thinner, retail is struggling, and that empty storefront look, it's not helping us attract visitors from out of town. How can we ask someone to fight for parking only to find a downtown full of for-lease signs? Which brings me to what I believe is the heart of the issue, disorganization. We've seen finger-pointing instead of city leadership. Emails to city staff go unanswered. Promises are made, then forgotten. There is little follow-through and even less communication. This isn't just frustrating, it's harmful. A big initiative like this requires trust and experience, and right now, many of us don't trust that the city is operating with a clear plan or even that everyone is on the same page. And if we can't work together as a community, we will fail. If we spend money before we have it, we will fail. And if we make decisions based on feelings instead of facts, we will fail. We're asking that the city pause, reevaluate,
Bring all the voices to the table, especially the ones with real financial and operational stakes downtown. Let's come together to create a plan that truly works for Ventura, not just a few, but for all of us. If we do nothing, we risk losing more than a business or two. We risk losing the core parts of Ventura that make it the community we love. And I'm going to quote Robert Antonini, the owner of the Ventura Theater, who could not be here tonight due to an illness. He said, "Turning a blind eye to these glaring issues will paralyze our hope for a positive financial future." Thank you for your time.
Next speaker is Bryce Bryan, followed by Evelyn Arnold, Christy Weir. Speakers will have 3 minutes.
Good evening, council and staff. My name is Bryce Bryan, and I represent the group that owns the Century Theater Complex and the 7 restaurants that are right in front of the theater. And Mr. Al Dickens and Mr. Bill Giamella are here, owners, as part of that group tonight. I'm here, we have been supportive of what the city has done so far because of the pandemic, and we haven't been vocal. But tonight, we are going to raise our voice. We have several units in our restaurants that have had problems and have gone out of business or have closed their locations as a result of the street closure. And in trying to release those spaces, we've had many comments from potential lessees that have been very negative about the street closure. And we're raising the alarm, and we're concerned about what the future holds. We've had a great partnership with the city since we've purchased the building in 2018, and it's been excellent. And through the pandemic, we've been supportive of what's happened with the street closure. But we do not want to see this as a permanent fixture in Ventura. We think it's detrimental to our financial interests. We've seen losses of revenue that is not being replaced, and we are frankly quite alarmed as to the ability to release as our long-term leases come up. And there have been communications from, Snapper Jacks was quite vocal, many of you know, but being on the phone with them and hearing their problems, there was not a lot that we could do at the time, but we do feel that we want the council and staff to hear our voice, and we do not want that area in this beautiful area of downtown to become a ghost town, because it's just not something that we think will be viable for the long term. Thank you for your time. We appreciate you carefully considering this. I will add one little final item, and that is it's hearing the number of claims. It was a bit shocking. It was $232 million of loss. In calculating what our own loss potential could be, I understand how it could become that large if things go south. And I don't want to see that to this great community and what we have here. So thank you for your time, and I just urge you to proceed cautiously on this. Thank you.
Evelyn Arnold, followed by Christy Weir, Paul Jordan, Nick Herson, Alyssa Gutierrez.
Hi, my name is Evelyn Arnold, and one of the reasons why I moved to Ventura instead of Oxnard or Camarillo is because of the quaintness of downtown. I volunteer downtown, and I go down there every day, and it's dead down there during the week. Isn't that the bread and butter time of the businesses? My husband's handicapped. I sent an email to all of you a little while back about considering the handicapped who do not have wheelchairs. My husband's handicapped, and he can't walk 2 or 3 blocks to go to a restaurant. My neighbor across the street is handicapped. He walks with a walker. He could go to a restaurant on Main Street, but he can't drive to it. Can't walk that far. You're really shutting down Main Street to half of the residents of the city because they're older. And everybody on my block is older, and they don't go downtown anymore because they can't access it. So, I mean, who are you keeping it open for? The weekend warriors? Because that's the only time it's busy. And it seems like you're trying to fill it up with activities like the market and these craft shows and such. But the weekend warriors, they don't go down during the week. So I wish you would consider the handicap, the older residents of the city for downtown, because it's not accessible to them. Thank you.
Christy Weir, Paul Jordan, Nick Herson.
Good evening. As you probably are all aware, because you're well-read, cities around the world are establishing pedestrian zones in their core downtown areas. And while many start out with controversies like ours, that's sort of the arc of what is happening all around the world. But as they overcome the controversy and work out the details, they are finding that those areas are the most desirable for their residents and for the businesses, because they attract shoppers and diners who will linger longer and spend more money. Pedestrian zones are the future, and they are healthy for people because they're a walkable community gathering space, which we need more and more, as we know the mall is not it anymore. We are in the midst of a transition that is positive for Ventura, creating a space for people of all ages, and there are lots of ages downtown, from tiny babies, lots of baby strollers, lots of seniors. I've seen over my 20 years in the downtown, there's actually an increase in seniors walking and people with mobility devices and wheelchairs, because it's safer and slower now without the cars going by. And as the city invests more in amenities such as the bollards, which have funding, and enforces the parklet standards, which do exist, the area will look more attractive and more professional and get even better. The new public restroom is very appreciated. That's been super helpful. Some of our property owners downtown have been extremely visionary, and they're having no problem filling their storefronts with successful businesses. They are charging the rent that they need to charge to get those filled, and it's working. There are way less empty storefronts downtown than at our mall. There's a lot more people downtown on weekdays than are at the mall. What we're seeing is a transition from sort of mall life to outdoor pedestrian zones in downtowns. And we can be part of that if we stay the course, use the vehicle code to keep the downtown closed, and keep improving it to where it is the jewel in the heart of the city, which it is now, but it can be even better moving forward. So thank you for committing to keeping it as a flourishing community gathering space, and let's continue that. Thank you.
Paul Jordan, Nick Herson, Alyssa Gutierrez.
Mayor, members of council, my name is Paul Jordan. My family owns a retail store on Main Street. I agree with the staff report and the first three speakers. I don't agree with what Christy was saying. We recommend that you open the street as soon as possible. Follow recommendations for that. Let's get rid of the ugly building additions. They're not parklets. They're not parklets in any way. They're too big. They're ugly. They're if you look at the visual scene, it's ugly. The stage is a shelter for homeless. So it's time to open up Main Street, and let's move forward. Thank you.
Nick Herson, Alyssa Gutierrez, Edith, Sarah, and our final speaker, Zachary Kitt.
Hello. I'm not going to lie, I kind of was hoping to be standing in front of you today, urging you to proceed with the pedestrian monologue, but you know what? I'm just going to roll with the punches, kind of go off the cuff here a little bit. My name's Nick Herson. I come to you this evening as a nearly lifelong Ventura resident. member of Ventura Pop, and passionate believer in walkable, people-friendly infrastructure. Main Street Moves is what transformed me from just a disengaged resident, taking for granted the spoils of this amazing beach town, into a passionate advocate for common sense improvements to the public square that make all of our lives better. I want to just give a couple of reactions to some of the things I've heard already today. I am incredibly insulted when I hear people say that I don't have any stake in the game. I live here. I grew up here. I spend time here. I grow here. I develop relationships here. I live my life here, and I want to keep it that way, and I want to see my Main Street be the best that it can possibly be. So just because I don't have any moneyed interest or any property doesn't mean that I, along with the overwhelming majority that support Main Street Moves, don't have adequate skin in the game and deserve to have their opinions respected. The other thing I'll say is a lot of people are talking about detriments since 2020 and COVID to commerce. And even if that is true, I want to say, for the record, I've been a software engineer at two of the largest e-commerce giants in the world. And those are the people, the rise of e-commerce is the real problem here. To open the street back up to traffic would be to exacerbate the problem, would be to make retail spaces more hostile to visit, driving people more and more to do all of their commerce online instead of in person, in an inviting, pedestrian-friendly space. Up until now, Main Street Moves has been an amazing addition to our city, and recently the tides have turned even more in favor of Main Street Moves. In the short time since closing the street permanently via the vehicular code, the city's shown it's serious about committing to what has become a beloved fixture of our downtown tapestry. We've gotten additional public restrooms with a Portland Loo on deck, a summer concert series, the Kentucky Stompers drawing crowds, and most importantly, a planned $2 million for beautification, including funds for permanent bollards. At the same time, a leadership refresh has arrived within DVP, and with it, a downtown partnership that is actually ready to play ball and collaborate with the city to showcase the potential of a walkable downtown center. In no time at all since then, just a couple months ago, we were delivered Local Thursdays. An amazing idea. I don't know why we didn't do it sooner, bringing additional vitality to weeknights on Main. I've spent several Thursdays around participating in various businesses, and the impact is obvious. And I'm excited to see what DVP continues to offer next. In conclusion, we're just at the outset of this project, but I want to see the council continue to double down, commit, and move forward with the vehicular code closure. Thank you.
Alyssa Gutierrez, followed by Edith Sarah, Zachary Kitt, Debbie Fox.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council, and staff. I'm here to speak in support of preserving Main Street Moves through the vehicular code and to encourage us not to abandon the vision of a pedestrian-oriented space just because this vote didn't go well. Pedestrian areas make space for community, encourage local shopping and dining, they improve safety, and create a more vibrant, people-friendly atmosphere that benefits everyone in the long run. The potential here is too important to give up after one try. A well-designed pedestrian area can become a defining asset for our city. It takes time, it takes care, and a commitment, but we will and we can get this right. This hearing was rushed and faced challenges from the offset. Rather than revert to the status quo, we should be investing in improvements and laying the groundwork for a stronger second hearing in 1 year. I'm also concerned about the role misinformation played in shaping public perception. For example, inflated and inaccurate vacancy rate figures were shared widely and used to create anxiety amongst property owners. This kind of misrepresentation undermines honest discussion and effective policymaking. I have submitted a vacancy rate calculation as of today for all ground floor businesses within the closure. There are 9 active vacancies and 1 unlisted vacancy out of 140 units. That represents between 6.43 and a 7.14% vacancy rate. That's not doom and gloom like we've been hearing. Instead of reopening the street to cars, we should assess what went wrong and commit to trying again, this time with improvements to Main Street Moves and a stronger outreach effort to educate property owners about what the city has done and what a pedestrian mall can be when it's done well. Thank you so much.
Edith.
Hello and thank you. Hello, City Council, Mayor, and City staff. I want to remind the city that the closure remains legal under the vehicle code, and the city has a winning track record in court. The city has done everything right. The citizens overwhelmingly support it. Many businesses support Main Street moves. None of that has changed. As for economic vitality and if downtown is dead, Immigrant Sun always has long lines for brunch. Fluid State is always packed. Pinion recently opened, and so did Corazon Cocina. Now there are events finally happening in downtown, like free line dancing on Wednesdays partnered with Ventura Chamber of Commerce, and there's events like Local Thursdays that have live music and discounts and deals throughout the city that are leading these businesses to have record sales. If we have free and fun events for all ages, that will bring crowds and dollars to businesses. If we open up the street, what will bring massive crowds like this? We need to keep the street closed and prioritize events in downtown, because downtowns are not only a shopping center, but the heart of the city. And we have so much talent here. We have many artists and so many studios. One thing we need to really remember, and I've said it many times again, is that would you rather have a downtown that is quick to drive through or one worth arriving at? Speaking on Local Thursdays, I've had a lot of friends that came out of town just to see this band called the UWUs. That brought so many people that usually wouldn't be in downtown on a Thursday because they wanted to have fun. And because of that, they brought their family. It was all ages, and they go and went out to eat. Some of them ate at Finney's, some of them ate at Happy Place Eatery. You have to prioritize events in downtown. And now that we finally have something fun in the summer, it just really makes me sad to think that we would open up the street to cars and ruin all of that. We have just started. Our downtown has so much potential, and I love downtown Ventura. We have so much resident support, and we just got started. This is just the tip of the iceberg, and I would really love for City Council to keep downtown closed to cars because it is legal under the vehicular code, and let us see how beautiful and how fun we can make downtown Ventura together. Thank you.
Sarah, followed by Zachary Kitt, Debbie Fox, and Matt Rasco.
Hi, I'm Sarah Francis, a longtime Ventura resident, and I am just here because I was walking downtown with my family and we saw the little project proposal, and I was like, oh, that's cool. I'm here with my family enjoying downtown and just wanted to express that joy that I've had going downtown and walking it with my friends and family. I'll bike, roller skate, or walk, and I've always loved the changes that have been in place, and it does kind of hurt my heart to hear that some of the businesses are struggling and that some of our elderly and disabled folk that cannot get parking. So I'm really hoping that maybe you guys can put your brains together and find a solution for that, because I've really enjoyed the closure of downtown, and I would like to see it continue and can see it grow in more ways. And that's all I just had to say. Thank you.
Zachary Kitt.
All right. Hello. Yesterday, the city held a visioning session for property owners to share their suggestions in case the street were to be closed. Several showed up and made great suggestions for new ways to use public space and make the street more attractive. Unfortunately, some of the most vocal opponents showed up to yesterday's session with the stated goal of not participating. Instead, they stated wild claims like fact. I heard that downtown vacancies are up to 30%, that leases can't be given away for free, and that city staff want a bar hopping district where, quote, people booze until 4 a.m. These claims don't hold up to scrutiny. You can go downtown and find that vacant storefronts are no more than 7%. You can read the newspapers and see nationwide office vacancies are at 20%, and stock is being converted to other uses because the world has changed, not because of Main Street moves. The same people that make wild claims can also make damage claims, but they're just that, they're claims. Unfortunately, wild claims are what other owners heard when Open Main Street litigants went door to door to gather objections for PML, while the city had to remain silent. The city couldn't talk about new activations of event spaces, portable restrooms, sign removals, parking meter removals. The city couldn't point to existing planning documents and parklet guidelines, which people hadn't heard of. The city couldn't share relevant and accurate statistics. The city couldn't even share RRM's visioning packet, which won't be available to property owners until next week. One lesson from yesterday's property owner session was that the bollards are popular now that they're in the budget. It would have been great if those same property owners helped us push for this, but you don't need vision to appreciate a job well done. So I ask you now to do what residents want, to give the city another year to show what it's done and what can be done, to communicate and realize the vision that residents, businesses, and other property owners have lovingly contributed to in good faith. Who knows who else might like the result? Thank you so much.
Debbie Fox, followed by Matt Rasco. Yes.
Hello. I know many of you. I want to talk for a moment about that many of the people who want Main Street to stay closed do not have an actual financial stake. Yes, they enjoy walking in it, just like the man before said he enjoys biking, and the lady says, I like to walk along here. But we're talking about that we won't have a downtown left if it continues this way, because as a business owner and a property owner, I have seen the change, and it is dramatic. Before the street closure, downtown Ventura was thriving. Vacancy rates were just 5%. Now they're 4 times higher at 20%. Tax sales receipts have dropped. Foot traffic is down. I watched it. I watch it every day out the front. There's people walking down the center of the street, but they don't walk on the sidewalks anymore, and that's what all of the retailers thrive on. Fox Fine Jewelry, that's our business, is a destination, bringing in customers ready to spend. Yet again and again, they tell me that they never come down anymore except to visit us, then they leave. That's not the vibrant, welcoming downtown we have all worked so hard to build. Street closures have been tried in many cities, and almost all have failed. The ones that succeed share certain very specific traits. None of these are in Ventura. This is really important. The very few ones that have succeeded have these traits. First, they have the college town, young demographic, high-density population, major anchor retailers, unique attractions in the downtown corridor, not the beach, but drawing them here, and a significant investment by the city. Many, many millions that the city doesn't have, and certainly the property owners and the business owners cannot or will not give that. And ample parking, preferably free. Even Santa Monica and Boulder, with many of those factors, are struggling. Now they now have 40 to 60% vacancy rates. A few businesses support the closure, but they're mostly the bars and thrift shops, which reflects a shift in who's coming downtown and why sales tax is falling. Meanwhile, as downtown traffic declines, the collection is so busy that they need police to direct traffic. So this is not about the economy is bad, because look at the collection. We've worked for decades to lift Main Street from the economic depression of the 70s and 80s that many of you remember. This closure is rapidly unraveling our progress. As property owners, we have now voted twice to reopen the street. We have voted, and that is what we're allowed to do. Please respect these votes. We won't have a downtown left to save. Thank you.
Our final speaker, Matt Rasco.
Hi, my name is Matt Rasco. I own Folk in downtown Ventura. And what I've noticed about what a lot of people have been saying is that they're against the evil property owner. It's not even about that. It's about the small businesses, people like us, people like Fox Jewelry. We haven't created a cabal where we all meet, but I can still support a fellow business owner. I don't think we've even talked about it. But the point is that we all are working, we're trying to get this done, and the numbers of people downtown are lower. It's a fact. I mean, I see it every day. We get half the people on the weekends. Our weekends, I mean, we're selling large pieces of furniture, and we're not getting the people in that are buying furniture. They're not buying smalls. They're not buying a coffee mug. It's just cut down drastically. It was a novelty in the beginning and people loved it because they came from Santa Monica and surrounding cities. And now it's just kind of gotten to the point where the novelty's lost. And just the other day, I mean, I get people coming in constantly on the weekend saying how terrible it looks. And then I keep hearing, oh, we got bollards now. Here we are like 5 years later, and we're just getting this. I mean, if this was a real passion project for anybody, why didn't this happen sooner? The people that were previously in charge of the DVP are the ones that are most emphatically excited about it, and nothing was happening. So what's to say it's going to happen now that we're in this position where everybody's fighting? The DVO and the DVP doesn't get along. We have people in the community that are very important, and yes, they are, but like Debbie Fox said, they don't have a financial investment in it. You know, it's like the day-to-day is that we're not rich just because we own a business downtown. I think that's a farce, and I don't think anybody thinks that, but that's kind of how it comes off. I mean, we're living like, it's just like any other job. We live within the means of what we make each month, and the point is that without that, what are we going to do, close our store? And it doesn't matter to everybody because when that happens, another business will open is the assumption. But what happens when businesses don't open? You saw that in the 80s and the early 90s when there were tons of vacancies. And now here we are just expecting that the next person with enough money to pay rent is going to move in is just bullheaded and kind of obnoxious, you know? The thing is that we're just trying to make a living downtown. The events are great. They're in no way a way to bring in customers. It's always been like that, street fairs and whatnot. It's just part of being downtown. We love it. It's great, but it's not a day when we make a ton of money. And the thing is that this isn't the answer. We have to reopen the street and come up with a plan that makes sense to stimulate downtown, make it easier for people to be down here, and to make the businesses have an easier functional way to operate downtown. And that's not what we're getting. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you for that, and thank you to all the public speakers tonight. I will bring it back to council for any final questions, if there are any. Councilmember Mangone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a question for staff, just some clarification. So the discussion the last time this came up was the linear footage that the city owns. So this 56.5%, I'm assuming, is including the city-owned linear footage. So it's safe also to assume that if we remove the city from that, that majority would be even larger. Is that correct? That's kind of word salad, sorry.
So if we completely removed the city's own property from the calculation, then the percentage would be higher since the city did not
Do you know
oppose.
how much higher?
I don't have that in front of me. I
That's fine.
apologize.
That's fine. That's okay. Thanks.
Was that the only question you had, Councilmember? Okay. Any other council members have questions? Okay, I don't see anyone rushing to ask questions. At this point, then, I'll close the public hearing and go into council deliberations. And if any new questions pop up, I will have to reopen the public hearing. So council deliberations, comments, input, feedback to staff. Councilmember Schumacher, followed by Councilmember Duran.
Thank you, Mayor. I feel a little rushed, and I'm a little frustrated because we just found out about this information today. Is that right? And now we have to make a decision where we haven't necessarily processed it. And I just want to put that out there because I don't feel like I'm at all prepared to have this conversation. So I just wanted to vocalize that, literally we found out like an hour ago or a couple hours ago. So I'm just putting it out there that, part of me really wants to figure out how we can table this discussion so we can have a better discussion about it when we can process this, because we're literally processing it right now. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Duran?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, staff, for the report, and thank you for putting all the numbers together for us before this meeting and everything that everybody did. And I'm just looking at 56%, take the city out of there, that's probably another 7%, so you're looking at 63% of property owners. And I say this because from the very beginning, my concern was the business owners themselves. It was the business owners, the property owners. The property owners are the ones that invest in our community. They're the ones that build the beautiful buildings down here. They're the ones that put the money into our downtown. And for them to be excluded from this conversation in regards to what we're going to do, they're not even part of that conversation, which they could be a huge part of making a downtown mall amazing. But here we are at a position where we're at 56%, and we can't use a pedestrian mall, so that's done. And this is something we've been talking about. We knew it may come. So that's over. So then we have a decision to make if we want to keep the vehicular law intact, right? But I understand that that's even been appealed, right? So we don't even know if in 2 or 3 months that might come back saying we have to open up anyway. But now we're talking about all the claims. We're talking about all the money that people may saying that they're losing money. I mean, we're trying to have a vitality downtown. We're trying to have an incredible downtown, but if we don't have business owners, if we don't have people that are actually making money down, I mean, Deputy Mayor Halter, you own business downtown. You own business. We know that if we don't have the revenue, we can't stay in business. And is that fair to all of those? I truly believe that the COVID shutdown for us, for Main Street Moves shutting down Main Street, that was an awesome thing. Businesses were saved because of that, absolutely without a doubt. But then COVID ended, and what we did is in my opinion, we held businesses hostage because we said, well, we're not going to reopen. But that's when they got their business, it was a business, Main Street was open. And so now we close it and we say, well, it works so good, we're going to keep it, but we don't want that. And now we're hearing from the business owners, we're hearing from the property owners, and I just want to share that. I think we need to take care of our business owners and property owners in order for us to have a vital downtown.
Thank you for that. Deputy Mayor Halter?
Thanks, Madam Mayor, and thanks, staff, for the report, and thanks for all the business owners and property owners who are trying hard to make our downtown as prosperous as possible. I get a little torn because I got to tell you, the notoriety that keeping our downtown closed has created for Ventura I hear that all the time, whether I'm working up in Westlake or working out in Ojai or working up to Santa Barbara. I hear how great people love it. I would agree that during the week it looks very empty. It's the should've, could've, would've, as you think about the length of time that it's taken to get to where we're at today is a concern. I think uncertainty, as a business owner, uncertainty is often death. And it's very hard to run a business if you don't know what the parameters or the environment's going to be around that area that you're working in. And it's kind of disheartening because we're just finally starting to activate this area. Maybe it should have happened 2 years ago. Maybe I would love to have seen that better then. But I've been pretty excited at seeing the things that I'm seeing happening downtown. The commitment that we've made for Ballards and other things that can make this truly a beautiful, great outdoor venue, which I think a few of the speakers said is the future is not the mall. There's a lot of reasons that we could get into why the collections has a lot of people in it. I see that. And it always makes me sad to know that we have a real working, functioning downtown. And there's a lot of tilt-up buildings to the south that are made to look pretty with lighting and so forth, but they're still not the real thing. And somehow they create more vitality. And that's frustrating for me. So I kind of think I feel if we went back to the same old of what we had before, I know how hard it was to get this far, having been one of the people that started the Downtown Community Council in the 90s. I know how difficult it was to simply get something more than secondhand stores to be part of downtown, and to have people stay open beyond Monday through Friday after 5 o'clock, and maybe stay open on the weekend. It was a tough go back then. And so I know a part of my heart sinks thinking that this opportunity has come and gone. I just kind of, in my mind, think I don't necessarily want to see it in this current rendition for another year. I want to see something different if we stayed the course with slow streets. And then I also think in my mind, would it be better if we made a concerted effort, what it looks like, and hear me out, what it looks like if it was opened, and we continue the effort of what it will look like and feel like, and how we would plan for it to be closed in the future. Because it sickens me to think that we're giving up what I think is a good opportunity to lead in a way that obviously a lot of people, especially our younger generation, those that have been able to live here and still afford to live here, what they see as the future of their downtown. And so I'm torn, and I just had to share those overall general statements, not really guiding you one way or another, other than the fact that as a minimum, if it was open and we continued the conversation, or do we keep it closed and hope that shortly we see major improvements to make it look even better, so we don't see the barricades, we don't see some of the parklets that honestly don't look much better than a swap meet. And so anyways, those are my thoughts, just throwing those out for people to feed off of.
Thank you. Councilmember Campos, followed by Councilmember McReynolds.
So for one aspect of this, I have to agree with Councilmember Schumacher, because we just got hit with this ourselves, this information. And I think if this room was full of business owners, and there are a lot more than who are here, if this room was full of business owners saying, my business is dying, I can't get customers, I need cars, then it would be a different look. But there's so few business owners who came. And one of them said that he thought all the people who don't have businesses or properties are saying they hate the business owners because for whatever reason. But I didn't hear anyone say that. All I heard was some well-researched statistics and the joy that people have who participate on Main Street. I've been in Ventura Theater for some pretty crowded events over the last year. Although I'm not there every night, I can't speak to that. But I think that we need to take the time to look at all aspects of this before we make a solid decision, and hear from as many people as we can who are affected, financially affected, and otherwise affected by this.
Thank you. Councilmember McReynolds?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Could you go back one slide to 5? And so could you walk me through that 9-week timeline? And you don't have to actually go through steps 1 through 4. I mean, if we made a decision tonight, I guess my question is, are we reopening on Tuesday, September 9th?
If the direction was provided today, we would also need to have a resolution adopted by council to stop the closure via vehicular code, but we could start working on the communication campaigns, getting the parklets out, and working on rehabbing the street and removing the barricades to, like I said, be open in September.
So our next meeting is August 19th. So walk me through, which is the vehicle code section.
Yeah, so it's a little bit out of order because typically we'd have that resolution first, but if council adopted a motion this evening to effectively direct staff to begin the reopening process, we would start this process immediately. So we wouldn't wait until August 19th for the resolution to be adopted. That effectively would become a formality as part of this process, but this would allow us to basically reopen by right after Labor Day. So we would start with a communication campaign where we would talk to property owners and business owners about the implications of a reopening. And we would then move to remove all of the unfortified parklets, which I believe are all but potentially one. We'd remove those 41, and we could work on permitting fortified parklets using our existing parklet guidelines, but it would require all of the parklets to be removed and replaced. We would then work on rehabbing the street. It includes removing and repairing anchor bolts, painting any curb markings. We took out the curb stops as well, so we would put those back. We would look at replacing the parking meters, either with the previous meters that we removed or utilizing the pay stations that we already have, and also adding signage back into the street to make sure that we have all of the required parking signage, as well as any vehicular-based signage that we removed. There was not that much to replace. And then at the end of that, we would then remove the barricades and relocate those. We own those barricades, so we would relocate them and have them available for special events. And at that point, we would come back to council with a number of options to proceed moving forward as well, in addition to this process.
So if you can go forward one slide, and I want to focus on D.
Point of order. I apologize. I think we're supposed to open up the public hearing again.
No,
I mean, he's,
deliberation, yeah.
yeah, it's just, thank you, though.
Okay, so D. So we bring that back on the 19th. When does it become effective?
It depends on how we write the resolution, but we would make it effective based on when we could actually make the closure reversed, right? So once we could actually open.
So there's no 30 days or anything like that for it to.
No, it could be effective immediately. We would then outline, for example, if you directed us start this process today, we would start the process, and at that point with the resolution, it would highlight we need 2-3 more weeks or whatever where we're at in the process.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Duran?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to go back to and just share with you that I've received some emails from people that originally were sharing with me that were business owners, that are business owners that were originally sharing with me that, you know, although they've had a great experience, they realize that it seems like it's run its course, and they're ready to make that move into opening up the street again. With that, I want to piggyback on what Deputy Mayor Halter was talking about. I think there still needs to be a conversation. I think we need to open, but I still think there needs to be a conversation for the future. I mean, without a doubt, I think that, but we need to get all the stakeholders in. We need to get the business owners, the property owners, let's get them in, and what does that look like for our future? But that would be a great conversation to have. I mean, we don't even know what it would cost. Like, how do we do something when we don't even have the cost involved in that? So getting a price on something, getting a vision, getting a price on that, and we have the bollards, or we will be getting the bollards, or however that's going to work out. But that doesn't mean farmer markets stop. That doesn't mean the line dancing stops. That doesn't mean these events. That gives us opportunity to create these events and close certain times and bring economic vitality down to the streets. I mean, more events, more movie nights, all of those things. And I mean, something we could do in the meantime without having to really, as we're making this plan, do we want to pick certain days and talk about maybe closing weekends or closing 3-day weekends but being open during the week? I mean, those are options that we can come up with while we're going through this process. But Deputy Mayor Halter, I agree with you. There should be a conversation. And maybe it doesn't work out. Maybe we have this conversation and we go, well, I guess not. Or maybe we only close 2 streets or 3 streets or one every other street. Who knows? but that's a conversation I think we need to have for the future. But in the meantime, I think, based on the 56%, we need to probably open up.
Thank you. Councilmember Mangone, followed by Councilmember Schumacher.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I'd like to agree with my colleagues. It certainly feels like we got this information soon and we're tasked with making the decision, but ultimately, I don't think it really changes the options that we have. I don't really have any intention of prolonging this. I think I've spoken to many business owners who, and some proponents, some opponents of the closure, and generally, one thing they all have in common is that they all are telling me that there's a hesitancy with the business owners downtown to invest. Nobody knows how long this is going to take. We do not have a plan, and that's where our closure is different than many other cities. Is we maintained our closure through COVID, which we can all agree was like the best thing that we could have done. Where other cities are, they're working on their closure and the future for their downtowns while the streets are open. We're kind of like doing it a little bit in reverse. I think we heard from 4 business owners. Councilmember Duran spoke to some emails that were received. Also, business owners who are proponents of the closures who are basically, they're over it at this point. They just want the street open. Prominent restaurants downtown. So I can't ignore that. I can't ignore the 4 speakers and the emails I get from business owners who want the streets open. I agree as someone who grew up here and spends money downtown as much as I can with some of the speakers who say that, you guys have skin in the game too. I think that's what makes this town so great is everyone feels like they're doing their part. But at the same time, I can't ignore those business owners and property owners within the closure. It's really difficult for me to do that. And deep down to me, I feel like they do have more skin in the game. I mean, they are bearing the financial burden with this. The fact of the matter is that business owners and property owners are the ones who are making downtown nicer. I mean, anybody who's been here for a long time knows that. It's not the city. Obviously, the city helps with that, but the business owners and property owners are ultimately the ones who are investing in downtown. And just because we close the street is not going to guarantee that any of them will do any of that. So I also agree with one statement I wrote here that I can't remember what public speaker said it, that this pedestrian mall concept is the future, and I'd agree with that. I would agree with that wholeheartedly, but I feel like the way we got here is much different than I would have planned. That's it for me.
Thank you. Councilmember Schumacher?
Thank you, Mayor. And the reason why I'm saying that this is rushed, we have to have all of the details, and transparency is important for the public to understand. So right now, all we're getting is that there are 49 objections totaling 56.5%. That is on, and not to say that the staff is wrong, but what I'm trying to understand is who are those 49 properties or objections? What are their, any more details than that? Whenever we get a staff report, it's always detailed. It's never just like, 1 or 2 pages. It's full of, this is who are saying this, here's where we're at, what we're doing, how we're getting there. This is us communicating to the public that we looked at every single angle. On top of that, if we were to go down the road with the communication campaign, the public is going to feel like we pulled the rug out under them. They're going to go directly to us and not the actual property owners who filed these objections, which leads me to my disappointment. I think there's a really sad, communication that's happening with the property owners because we have been trying to engage. We have, as the city, has been trying to is asking for us to work with you in finding a solution that works for both parties. And yet, you listen to a ringleader that is constantly giving you misinformation and then shows a disgusting adolescent display of heckling the mayor in a public event. To me, that is not someone that I would ever support or even stand next to. So rather than working with the city to find a solution, you end up crippling the progress of what's happening in the city. And that's just really disappointing, and it's a damn shame. So the young families here, the young working families that are asking you to think about how to evolve the city is now being asked to stop. And when we are being rushed into a decision rather than actually taking the time to look over these and having some transparency on who these people are, I think that is something that the council needs to do.
Thank you, and thank you all for your comments. I think I might have to reopen the the hearing because I do have a question. Councilmember Schumacher mentioned the different claims, and my question is those claims, if council decides to go back to reopening the street, what happens with those claims? Are they still ongoing? Do they go away? What happens?
And Mayor, I'm going to defer to Assistant City Attorney Chris De La Vega, who's been looking at the issue and also is working with the Community Development Director this afternoon and reviewing the claims.
Thank you.
The claims are, let me think about this. Resolving the claims are a precondition to proceeding with the pedestrian mall process. Since we have sufficient objections to require the city to halt the pedestrian mall process, those claims are no longer relevant. I do want to clarify that the city staff did vet the objections that we received. They are listed individually. They state the APN numbers. They state the name of the property owner. Staff compared the claims, the objections we received to the list that the city has of APN numbers and property numbers and concluded that they were accurate and consistent.
Okay, thank you for that. That was my only question, so I'll close the public hearing again. And I think for me, what I heard everyone on all sides today that came out and spoke, and I appreciate you all being here. I think the reality, though, is we are here now trying to figure out balancing our community vitality versus our legal realities, because aside from those claims, there are other claims too, right, that are already in the legal system. So as much as I know that the Main Street closure has brought, vibrancy and outdoor life and has renewed energy throughout some of our downtown, I also can't ignore the fact that unfortunately these claims are a legal burden to the city, and unfortunately we don't know how they're going to get resolved, if they're going to get resolved, and just the legal and financial burden that would then sit on the city pretty much in perpetuity, which is unfair because, whoever decided to bring this legal action because they want a certain outcome, now we're faced with, well, we can't do much because we have to consider the sustainability of our city, our financial sustainability. And unfortunately, I do agree that we have to look toward the future. I think our youth and many new voices who came out during this process, I don't want to shut them down either, and I don't want to, say, oh, well, too bad to them. And I don't know if there is a compromise on this at all. I hope that there could be, because I think the conversation shouldn't end tonight, and it doesn't end tonight. However, we do, based on the numbers that we got back, something has to happen. But I'm hoping that the conversation can continue in where everyone can feel a part of the solution and not so much the division. So as hard as it is, I think we're just faced with the reality that sustainably, financially, can the city continue to front a cost on claims that, we don't know how long they're going to take for us to resolve. So that's where I'm at. I'm absolutely torn because I think I've seen a lot. I was in downtown last week. I was in downtown this weekend. The Fourth of July street fair was massive, tons and tons of people. But I also did hear that, you know, because people are there, we also had pop-ups, and some of the actual brick and mortar stores, they felt competition, right, within those. And that was interesting to hear, which maybe we don't think about, but that was a realization for some folks as well. So those are my comments. I know that there is a motion that is required in order for us to move forward. And if there aren't any other comments, Councilmember Schumacher?
Can I just ask the city attorney a question, if I may? Do we need to open up the
Do I
phone?
open up the, okay, I'll open up the
I
hearing.
apologize. So is there a way for us to make public the 49 objections or who they were?
Councilmember Schumacher, we just got these, the clerk's office just got these a few hours ago, and those documents would be a matter of public record.
Okay, great. I just want to make sure that it sounds like that this is going in the direction where whatever it goes. But where if the community campaign or communication campaign, it is directed that the public knows the objections that have prevented us from keeping the Main Street closed.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Halter, followed by Councilmember Duran. Yeah, if you have a question, the public hearing is still open.
Yeah, okay. You know, first, I believe that the successful business districts in the future is going to be all about experience. It's the experience of what you see and feel and what you're exposed to on a street versus just ordering from the internet or going to a store and shopping like we used to in a department store and grabbing things and heading home and parking our car in that garage and seeing our family and waiting to go to work the next day somewhere in another town, most likely. I think it's going to be all about experience and about uniqueness and about the ability to be around other people that builds community. I think we saw how important that was with the shutdown through COVID. And that's why so many other businesses are going back to their offices right now, because you realize that just Zoom and WebEx doesn't really do it. It doesn't allow you for effectively develop relationships. It's a great alternative. So the questions that I have are a couple-fold. Is one, first I'll say, is the number of cities that we know of around us that are applying for Pedestrian Mall Act right now that would tell us an indication of what other leaders in those cities are thinking is going to be the future for them. And then secondly, one of the things that I've seen extremely successful, and I'm just in awe with, is the farmers market on Main Street. And I'm wondering how, if it was reopened while we worked out the details of, and try again for the Pedestrian Mall Act, and what would the future of that farmers market be? Those are the two questions.
So I could start with the farmers market. It is a special event, and so with special event permits, we could utilize those to have temporary closures. For example, every Saturday, we would be able to put those, temporary bollards in place for the time being, and we could move forward with the permanent bollards that would just be removed a vast majority of the time and then only utilized when special events are occurring that include closure of the road. It's something that we can look into.
Okay, because I worry about one of the things too, being involved with things like Rotary and things where we have events, knowing that what's prohibited a lot of great events from happening is the exponential cost to run an event. And I'm not sure how much more opening and closing every Saturday for farmers market and opening and closing every holiday for a certain event, how much more cost that adds to having that event versus when downtown's already closed.
We'd have to look into it. We have a partnership with Downtown Ventura Partners who helps us with opening the temporary closures that we have today in place. And similarly, they would be responsible for taking out the bollards if they were put in place and permanent. And we'd have to look at those agreements that we have with them that you just approved recently and adjust them accordingly based on the change in tasks needed to actually move the bollards for now, or remove the permanent bollards. Some of them would be telescoping, and others would have to actually be removed and stored elsewhere. So those are all things that, depending on the direction tonight, we can come back to you with updates on how all of these things could work in the future and the cost implications of those decisions as well.
And my understanding is if it stayed closed under the Slow Streets article or law, what other than bollards, I mean, when do we start implementing the parklet designs that we've had for a few years and really sprucing things up and taking it to that next level? It's great that we're activating it finally, but we only had a couple months really of trying to activate it before this vote was taken.
Yeah, we've been working with RRM, who did the parklet design guidelines, to actually create some standardized parklet designs that would be pre-approved by the city's building division, so it would be easier for new parklets to come in. Again, depending on the direction this evening, we can pursue a variety of different options to help replace the parklets or just remove them.
And finally, if we left it closed per the Slow Streets and work towards a year from now looking at the Pedestrian Mall Act again, what would be the difference in what we would see out there versus opening it back up and then coming back in a year to see if we now have, with a more thorough and identified plan and timeline with the Pedestrian Mall Act recommendation a year from now? What would those two scenarios look like on the street?
Can you repeat the question? Are you looking for the two processes, whether we open it right now versus keeping it closed with the vehicle
That's
code?
correct, because in either way, we could come back in a year and ask the property owners to vote again, correct?
Absolutely, but it depends, and we're looking for direction from you, and we can also come back to outline some of the details. But if the direction today is to reopen the street, as I said previously, we would walk through those steps and take about 9 weeks to fully reopen the streets. And we have been working on a visioning process that's about 2 months underway with RRM. And we could continue that should the council choose to continue that visioning process. That would result in a plan for over the next 2 years and then a 5-year plan. That's what we've been contracted with RRM to do. We're also working with a CASP specialist who looks at accessibility on the street. We've already started that process to look at where we need to make improvements for accessibility. And then the goal is to combine those two plans into a public improvement plan that would give us an outline of, frankly, what we want to be when we grow up in the next version of this closure. With the street open, we could continue to do that planning and come back. And with the street closed, we could continue to do that planning and, again, come back to council with a clear plan as well as an understanding of the costs, which would likely be spread out over 5 years.
I guess just as follow-up, and I know I'm over time, if I could ask this one last thing, is, so with Slow Streets, do you foresee that within that year's time that we would see parklets change to reflect what our design guidelines have been saying?
Yes, the plan is that as soon as we have the standardized parklet design, which should be done at the end of this summer, we wanted to give businesses the opportunity to replace their parklets with these pre-approved designs to help save them the cost of design, but also we would come back to get approval for a reduction in fees for those parklets. So the goal is that all of the parklets, regardless of any decisions this evening, would be, I shouldn't say regardless, but should you want to continue to allow parklets, that they would be all replaced this fall.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Duran, followed by Councilmember Campos. Okay. Councilmember Campos. It's still open if you have questions. Okay, did you have a question? Okay, so then I'll close the public hearing. You can go ahead with your comments now.
I would actually like to make a motion. We've done the staff recommendation A. I would move that we stop the pedestrian mall process, but continue the vehicle code closure while we wait for REM's designs to be completed, and then come back to council, giving us time to really review what's going on with this, look through all the records, and giving the staff time to do everything they have to do for us to make a proper decision. So, end the public mall process, but maintain Main Street under the vehicle code closure and come back. I don't know if REM will be ready on August 19th, but perhaps by the middle of September meeting, we can be ready to look at this again.
Thank you. Is there a second?
A second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. And Councilmember Duran, did you have a comment? No. Councilmember McReynolds?
I just have a question in terms of when are we expecting RRM design to?
We anticipate having a draft plan in late August.
Okay. Thank you. Did you?
Mayor, just to clarify Councilmember Campos's motion, I think that would also assume B and C, the parts of the recommendation would be part of the motion or not part of the motion.
Well, if we do not continue with the Pedestrian Mall Act, we do not need to, it stops the objections from the owners. Is that what I heard correctly?
It stops the damages claims from the owner. To clarify, formally speaking, under the pedestrian mall law, what we need to do, what you are required to do by the statute at this point, is to make a finding that we've received sufficient objections to halt the process and then terminate the process for that reason, which is basically what's subsumed into B and C on the recommendations.
So I would like to amend the motion to include that. Thank you. Thank you,
you.
Mr. Red.
And the second's, it's good with that. Councilmember Duran?
Could you please repeat that motion? Whoever.
I guess Councilmember Campos, just so I think I have it correctly, is that the item B and C from the staff recommendation, and then also direct staff to come back to the council for further direction once RRM, the consultant, has come back with some further information.
And to continue under the vehicle code until then.
Correct, and also to be clear, there's no vehicle code proposal in the staff recommendation this evening anyway, so the only suggestion on D was a possible future agenda item. So I think, and I'm going to look at staff, I don't think any action from the council to sort of continue with the vehicle code closure is needed. That's just happening.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. De La Vega.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Halter, followed by Councilmember Mangone.
Okay. I'm still a little bit torn because what I see is this. We're in our busiest time of year with the nicest weather. Actually, nicest weather comes up in September, okay? So this is when people will really take advantage of being outside. I think we've all saw what happens in the wintertime. Coming November or so, you typically saw a lot less people in downtown. I'm not sure if the numbers stack up to that, but that's my observation. And I know that in creating these parklets, if I was a business owner and knowing the legalities and the different sides and opinions out there, I would probably just make a parklet that you could use with traffic going by. And that way, whether it's open or closed, your parklet money didn't go for waste. And I know that our design is going to have that capability of fortified parklet and one that's not fortified. But I was looking at from a business standpoint, that would be what I would do, just because of all the controversy and stuff like that. And I'm thinking, what I think I hadn't seen really clearly is that plan of how we move forward with how much it's going to cost. And we've had numbers out there, how much it's going to cost for people to keep their parklet out on the street, how many businesses are actually going to take advantage of that, what it's really going to look like with the full schematics of what that is in the downtown elements that make it even more downtownish, where people really want to be, and that whole feeling of experience, and where those activations will be, whether it's at Mission Park or downtown at the stage. The stage I will really miss if this goes away, I tell you that. But part of me thinks if we have a year from now to come back with the Pedestrian Mall Act, and we're able to make it through the warm months, and we're working on the designs, and knowing that if I wanted to have a parklet outside as a restaurant, I would choose the one that's fortified, even if I paid 50% more for it, because that's the safe thing to do. I'm not sure it's a bad thing to come back with the Pedestrian Mall Act in a year from now and let it open in November 1st. That's partly what I'm thinking. I'm just throwing that out as an option. And not that it doesn't make me feel really happy, because I feel that this is an opportunity to really pave a way for something really good. It seems awfully slow to get there. And so I'm trying to find that happy balance and get rid of some of the uncertainty out there that property owners and businesses have right now. This part of the deliberation, I just had to see where people are feeling on this.
Thank you. Councilmember Mangone, and followed by Councilmember Duran.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess I can direct the question to my colleague, the maker of the motion, is in August when we get this, we keep saying further information from RRM. I don't understand how that's going to change staff's recommendations at that point. I think ultimately the decision we're going to make in August is going to be one of these decisions that's in front of us today. So if you could clarify, I honestly, in August, I'm not certain what we're even going to get from RRM, so maybe if you can clarify that too.
So I understand from staff that the designs will come by the end of the summer. Councilmember Halter just mentioned summer is the busiest time of the year. And when we open up to traffic, that reduces business in many areas of downtown, because a lot more people are coming, walking downtown, coming to restaurants. So at the end of the summer, we'll have those designs. We'll also have a lot of the information that some of us feel is deficient here. And the public will have had time to research a lot of this information, visit the businesses that they really appreciate, discuss with the owners how they feel. I think it gives us an opportunity to do right by the hierarchy that Mr. Oberle was mentioning earlier in the evening. It's an opportunity for us all to work together instead of the divisions that are existing today.
Thank you. Councilmember Duran, followed by Councilmember McReynolds.
Deputy Mayor Halter, can you share with me what you were just saying about November? Clear that up for me.
Okay, this is the thing, is that it would be, I think, a shame to see this go away at the peak season, because I think this is where it really shines, having Main Street closed. I really do. And so if we know we're going to continue down the same path of creating these parklet designs, or finish those, whatever it is, any other downtown elements, any other ways to activate downtown, and if we're able to take advantage of all the people that come to town or stay in town during this period, probably up to November 1st, is what I would think, and not just by the end of August in 9 weeks that you know you can do it by to open the street back up? What if it was like a November 1st, and then they open up for the winter time, which is where we don't see a lot of people on the streets. Weather gets colder and wetter, hopefully wetter, and then it gives us a chance a year from today to go back out for a pedestrian mall act and see which one worked better for people. Does it work better, what we saw during the summertime, and if we're able to generate that sort of anticipation, excitement, and the notoriety, we don't lose that reputation as much in the wintertime because not as many people notice the difference because they're not down there. And yet we could see if businesses actually prosper more in the wintertime.
All right,
Does
thank
that make
you.
sense?
Yeah, it does. It does. I'm looking at the summer. We're looking at 9 weeks. We're talking a couple months out, August, September,
Yeah.
right? I mean, you know, November. I don't know. I'm looking at what makes the most sense for our property owners, our businesses.
Right.
So I'm still looking at that. They're the ones that are saying, "Will you please open?" And so that I'm looking at, that's what I'm listening to. And so I think summer, awesome. And then in 9 weeks, however long it takes to, then we close it up but we keep the conversation going. We bring the stakeholders in, we bring the property owners in, we bring the business owners in to have that conversation of what it could look like. But I want to listen to our business community. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McReynolds?
Thank you. The way I'm listening to this, I think Councilmember Campos's motion is essentially the staff recommendation on it, with the addition of the information from RRM. So, you know, generally I'm there, supportive of what you're saying. I need hard dates, kind of going back to what Councilmember Duran said. So I'm not comfortable like having this open-ended. I think to the points that both Councilmember Duran or Deputy Mayor Halter and Councilmember Duran are making, we need to answer these questions. We are not answering it. I'm not willing to kick the can down the road to some date uncertain on it. So if I'm going to support this motion, I need hard dates to like when we're going to make a decision on it. And I think in terms of to what Councilmember Schumacher is saying, I think when this comes back to us, I think it sounds like you want to see the as an attachment, the ballots we got, I'm going to call them ballots, that we got today. And then, you know, from the city attorney's office, I would want to see a robust decision regarding, or discussion, not decision, discussion regarding the vehicle code section so we understand what the decision actually is in front of us. I mean, at the end of the day, my personal opinion is if it reopens, it will never close again. So that's my personal opinion. I'm not saying that's right, I'm not saying that's wrong, but that's just the way I see it. So for me to support this, I'm gonna need hard dates in terms of when are these things gonna happen? When can these people, regardless of which side they're on the issue, when is this coming to a head?
So for me, the sooner the better. We still have to depend on staff's ability to get REM to complete their work. And then staff has other work to come up with, particularly in the reports that we need to make a proper decision. So I would say the last meeting in September, if REM will finish by the end of the summer, we should be able to have all the detail by the last meeting in December. So that would be my...
December or September?
September.
September, thank you.
Mayor, that would be September 23rd.
Thank you. If Councilmember Schumacher is good with that.
I'm looking at the staff if that's possible. Then yes.
Councilmember McReynolds?
Again, okay, you know, I'm glad we're settling in on a date, September 23rd. What are we going to get on September 23rd? What is RRM going to have? Is this a final document, or is this draft?
So it wouldn't be a final document until the council would approve such a document, but effectively RRM is coming up with a vision, both short and long term, for the street closure. Certainly we didn't anticipate bringing it with this conversation, rather wanted to bring it forward to council to get input and feedback prior to finalizing the document. But we could bring all of the details of the information that we've received thus far in terms of the opposition. We can map all of the objections out. RRM would have their vision plan completed that we could show to the council and, of course, to the community in advance of that. And ultimately, we would bring a resolution. We'd probably bring 2 resolutions to allow the council to make a decision on the closure related to the vehicle code.
Just is September 9th, is that too soon? I mean, that's 9 weeks from now.
It's certainly possible if you wanted to have the conversation on September 9th. We anticipate having that draft plan from RRM in late August, so we could present that to council.
I guess I just feel like the sooner, as you mentioned, that we make this decision.
I would agree to that date.
I can agree to that.
I think I have Councilmember Schumacher on the queue.
Yeah, just real quick, I do, and thank you for that, Councilmember McReynolds, for putting just very tangible goals for both the staff and also for council to make this decision. I just don't want us to rush something that's huge for the future of Ventura, and I want us to properly go through this with, again, we found out a few hours ago, and I want to make sure that this is properly agendized. We aren't violating any Brown Act issues, so that's why we're really just focused on making a solid decision, conscious of all the details that help us. On top of that, one of the things that I keep hearing about is that, let's open this so that way we can all sit down and have a conversation. What's stopping you from doing that now? We have visioning sessions for property owners to sit down and actually present what you want. So I'm baffled by the fact that, opening the street will somehow bring them to the table. When we're actually trying to do that as we speak. It is somewhat of us flying the plane as we build it, right? So, and that's how, innovation works, for us to be able to come out of necessity. And I think that's essentially what we're trying to do, so that way we can do this in a way that benefits everyone in the city.
Thank you. Councilmember Duran?
Yeah, thank you for that, Councilmember Schumacher. I know nobody's saying wait for the conversation until it opens. The conversation's going on now, but I guess my big question is on September whatever day, what really are we getting back? We already have that. We already have the numbers. We already know that the property owners don't want it closed. We know those things already. We know that the business owners are suffering. So what's going to change what comes back on the 9th or the 23rd or whatever day that comes back is just some things that we could do, but we could do that whether it's open or closed. So I can't support the motion as it is right now. I think we need to reopen in 9 weeks. I think we need to reopen in 9 weeks. We can keep with those conversations, but I wouldn't be supporting this motion the way it's stated.
Thank you. Councilmember McReynolds, I have your name on the queue. Did you still have a? Okay.
Mayor, I guess to clarify, for coming back on, I guess right now it sounds like we're talking about maybe September 9th is for Councilmember Campos, I guess, is it the intent for staff to come back on D, to come back with something, a resolution terminating the vehicle code closure, or just for the council to talk about D in September?
So I would like them to come back with information and details about the vehicle closure, about the possibility to continue Main Street closed, or the necessity to open it, both options. I also would like to make note for Mr. McReynolds, it's possible that the mayor will not be with us on September 9th. And for that reason, I would hope he will accept us going to September 23rd.
Or Mr. City Clerk, what's the next meeting after the 9th?
Currently, I have the 23rd.
The 23rd.
Mayor, if I may, we could just designate the first regular meeting in September, if we do move the September 9th meeting to perhaps the 16th.
So are you willing to wait until the 16th, Mr. McReynolds?
I mean, it doesn't sound like we're having it's news to me, but it doesn't sound like we're having a meeting on the 9th. So I don't think I have a choice in terms of that particular part of it. Now, in regards to specifically item D, I would expect item D as part of that, to Councilmember Duran's point, and where, I would see it is that we make a decision, and then if item D does move forward, then I would say that October 1st is the date that we're making that decision.
Yes.
Yes.
So October, so item D, just to clarify, so item D would come forward and it would say on September 30th, at 12 midnight, the vehicle code closure expires, is what I'm.
But I guess the council would consider that at some date earlier than September 30th.
Yes, we were talking about the September 16th.
Right, and I guess part of the question would be, for staff, sort of, would 2 weeks be a reasonable window to work with?
No. We do need more time than that to effectuate a closure or to effectuate a reopening. There's a lot of road work to be done and restriping and putting items back into the street in addition to getting rid of the parklets by that time.
So if we say September 30th, our action on the closure expires and the staff will proceed with the reopening, would that work for you, Mr. McReynolds? And is that amenable to you, Ms. Diamond?
I'm just trying to get to a decision point on it, and if we're going to make a decision, like I would want to see it open on October 1st. I think pushing it out to November 1st, which is also a Saturday, so it's not a day that I think we should reopen anyways.
Mr. City Manager? I'm sorry, Mr. City Attorney.
Mayor, one thought, and I don't know the answer to this, but I think could the slides go back one slide to sort of the reopening process? I don't know. It may be that the council acting to reopen the street and undo the vehicle code closure, that being sort of the tail end of this process. I don't know if staff, without council direction, can do some of the preliminary steps sort of on its own without council direction. Because really the crux of the D recommendation is not to do anything tonight, but come back with a resolution to reopen and have the council think about it at that point. I don't know how much on this slide staff can do on its own without a council motion.
We can with council direction. We can absolutely start without council direction. I mean, we can start to require the removal of the parklets as we had anticipated them being replaced in the fall. We can give a date certain to the parklet owners for removal. And with that, we can start to do some of the repair work in the street while the closure still exists. And then as soon as the council directed us to do so with a resolution, then we would remove the barricades.
No, Mayor, I think just the suggestion might be that if staff is able to do some of this, that might, basically, staff has provided sort of, it takes about 9 weeks from start to finish, but if staff on its own can do some of these tasks, then the notion of the council coming forward in September, if it's still thinking about what to do, that it wouldn't sort of start a 9-week period, perhaps it might be a shorter period to sort of get to reopening.
Yeah, I would like either the permanent closure becomes effective on September 16th, if that's what we're doing, or the reopening occurs on October 1st. That's where I'm trying to get.
Right, but staff said that they don't have enough time to reopen October 1st if we make a decision September 16th.
Right, I guess I think that we can start to have the conversation if council tonight tells us that your plan is to have the reopening on October 1st. We can work backwards and start doing some of the work in advance to make that work, and then you would have to adopt that resolution in September. We could move it up as well in August. But I guess the concern is what we get done with lack of clarity of that resolution being adopted.
I understand the conundrum. I mean, in terms of, and I don't want to preordain a vote, that if on September 16th, this council decides to continue with the vehicle closure, then we're not. So, I mean, I'm in control. I realize I'm painting myself into a corner, but if we can't figure this out, I'm more inclined to just let's get going and do it. But, I want to give Councilmember Campos, Councilmember Schumacher the opportunity to get the information and understand what they want to see, but I don't want to delay making a decision, at the same time. I'm not willing to go beyond October 1st to get that information.
So we could require the removal of the parklets by the end of the summer season. So for example, by Labor Day, and then work on the street in September. We would come back with that resolution, and should anything change, obviously we can pivot, but that would still allow us to then move forward with fortified parklets for the properties that want to maintain parklets in the future. They would just have to rebuild them, and that would occur after the road was reopened.
No. That's essentially saying that we're already voting to open opening the streets. So I think we stick to what we have, and if it dies, it dies, and then you guys can make your own motion.
Councilmember Duran?
So I guess my question is, again, I realize I'm painting myself in this corner with the October 1st date. If we were to do the November 2nd, and we made the decision on the 16th, September 16th, theoretically, if that's the date.
We could have the street reopened in November, absolutely. Yeah. If the decision was made to do so on September 16th.
Okay, I have to think about that, but that's...
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Duran?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. We've had this information. We knew it was coming. We hear from the business owners. We hear from the property owners. And it sounds like we're kicking the can down the road again so we can make a decision down the road again. So moving it down the road again. I think we should make a decision tonight and say, this is the day we want to reopen, and just make a decision tonight, and then reopen it.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Halter?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I can tell you, it seems to me that what I really don't want to see, I don't want to see the status quo stay for another 3 months. I want to see something happen downtown. I want to see the parklets starting to be improved. I want to see more activation, like we started about a month or two ago in the downtown. I think there's so much more that can still happen, and I'm trying to think, when this comment was made, once you open it to traffic, you would never close it again. All it takes is a Pedestrian Mall Act vote to do that, and convincing the business or the property owners that we would now be better off with it closed. And so I'm torn because you almost, Councilmember McReynolds almost landed where I was at with the November type date after the busiest season. I really want to see this. I believe in my heart that this closure can work, but it's taking a long time to get there. And that's the part that's really, and I know as a property owner, business owner, that's painful. That is death to a lot of businesses, and that's a lot of risk. And so I'm trying to create a certain amount of certainty and not continuing the agony of uncertainty. So putting it in the hands of the property owners and say, hey, look, we're going to continue working on the Ballards and the downtown elements that make it even better than it's ever been. And we're going to continue to activate and close it for special events and have the farmers market there. And we're going to create as many opportunities for that to happen as possible. And then with everything, all the ducks in a row, literally, with the parklets, fortified, unfortified, the amount, the cost, the business owners that are committed to doing even more use outside, to go a year from now and ask for the Pedestrian Mall Act, I'm starting to favor that way, even though I really don't want to see it open up, because I feel we had a great opportunity, and I just feel we just couldn't act quick enough for various reasons. You know, I'm not necessarily blaming anybody. I'm just saying that it just hasn't happened quick enough. And that's why I'm wondering, we just continue down that road, creating the things that we want to create, especially the parklet designs, fortified and unfortified, and then open it up on November 2nd.
Thank you for your comments. I know there's a motion and a second on the floor, so I'd like to call for a vote. You okay with that? Okay. I'm sorry? Get the motion? Do you have the motion written?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So I have a motion here, and the motion is to receive objections from the owner of properties fronting the proposed closure area, make a finding that the city has objections from owners representing greater than 50% of the frontage, and make a motion terminating the pedestrian mall law proceedings, and to direct staff to return on September 16th with updated information.
And Mayor, just to clarify, is that, and with a resolution reopening?
Is that part of your motion?
With a possibility of either in the motion.
Very good.
Otherwise, what are we preparing to look at? So,
And to direct staff to return with more information regarding either an open or a closure of Main Street.
that's right. And clarify the information on the vehicle code.
And clarified information on the vehicle code.
And we are not currently doing the process for reopening until that date.
Until we come back.
Yeah.
And to be clear, Councilmember Schumacher, this is merely just to terminate the pedestrian mall law process, so it doesn't speak to Main Street moves the project.
Okay.
Right.
Because there was some discussion on getting the communication campaign started, and I don't want that to happen until we have those discussions.
And I think given what the motion is, I think staff, I'm not sure that staff is going to be proceeding on anything for the reopening.
Great.
That's correct. Although we would start to communicate what happened this evening with all the property owners and business owners so that they can anticipate the impending removal of the parklets regardless of the process that moves forward.
Councilmember Duran?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to make a substitute motion. Everything that was on the first motion except for Part D, I'd like to bring a resolution back to reopen on November the 3rd. To reopen on November the 3rd.
Is there a
I'll second that.
Who was that? Councilmember Magone? So we have to vote on the substitute motion first.
That's right, Mayor. So we'll go ahead and enter our vote then for the substitute motion for the previously stated motion, except for directing staff to return with a resolution for an open on November 3rd.
And Councilmember McReynolds?
So it's essentially the same motion, just when the item comes forward, it has that hard open date.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
And so would we stay with the September 16th or September date
September 16th.
for that item to
date.
come back?
But I don't like the
What date do you need, what do you need that to?
When we come back?
Yeah.
September 16th?
Yeah.
Is that, okay.
Or would it
That
come to
work?
council sooner?
We can't.
Just as long as we can open by November 3rd, whatever works for you.
Sorry. I just feel like we're already assuming that it's gonna open, and that's the discussion that we want to have on September 16th, is it not?
No, I don't want to have that discussion then. I want to make the motion now to reopen November 3rd, and then go with the process as we talked about in having those conversations on what it would look like down the road.
Mr. City Attorney?
Yeah, and Councilmember Duran, so tonight, what staff has presented was merely the pedestrian mall law process, and so the notion of whether to reopen or not under because we're closed under the vehicle code, fact.
Right.
And that's-
On D, we asked for a resolution.
Well, but you can ask for a resolution, ask for a future agenda item, but it's not necessarily a statement the council decided tonight to reopen. It's more.
I didn't say that.
Okay.
I wanted a resolution to reopen on November 3rd.
Okay.
I didn't say we were voting on opening up. I said resolution November 3rd.
Councilmember McReynolds, your name's still in the queue.
It sounds like we can get there all the way based on the two motions. It just sounds like to get Councilmember Campos and Schumacher there, we wouldn't consider the resolution until it seems like we're saying it's going to be the 16th. So that's when we would consider the resolution to suspend the mall law, and it would, the vehicle code, and the item that you want brought forward would that on November 3rd. So I think the only thing that Councilmember Schumacher and Campos are asking is that we don't consider that until September 16th.
Isn't that how it works anyway?
I understood Councilmember Campos saying come back on September 16th with an either-or proposition of reopening or not, but sort of.
That's not what I was asking. I was making a substitute motion.
Right, and Councilmember Duran, I guess what I'm suggesting is your substitute motion offers a date certain. It doesn't offer an either-or proposition, but at some level, it also, if the council doesn't vote to reopen, that sort of is self-evident, the either-or proposition as well. So I think at some level, as I understand it, your substitute motion merely offers a date certain for reopening comparative to Councilmember Campos.
So D, provide direction to staff on whether to pursue reopening the street by bringing back a resolution to terminate the vehicle code. So let's do that.
Right, so then what I understand the substitute motion is bring back a resolution with a November 3rd date.
Well, that would be open, so sooner, as soon as possible.
Oh, sorry, bring back a resolution by September 16th or thereabouts.
August.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I see.
They want September 16th. So I think if we can bridge that, we have something.
And I mean, I think D, bringing it back the way Councilmember Campos and Councilmember Schumacher are saying, it's either or. And
Right, but I don't want to wait till September. Let's just bring it back in August.
is that information that we can have in August?
So part of the original motion was to wait for the RRM vision plan prior to making a decision. If we came back the first meeting in August, I'm not certain that we would have that information. And if you could include that in your motion, whether you want us to continue or not, that would help us with, direction on.
Sure, because the plan, or what you're bringing back are fortified parklets, designs. What are you bringing back on?
So right now, we're working on a visioning plan for the entirety of the closure, not just the parklets, but the rest of the components, the planters and the street paving surface, whether we have curbless streets, et cetera. We can pause that, or we can continue it and come back with a draft plan to show the council in making such a decision.
We have a lot of that already. See, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I was just going to say, I don't want to pause.
Yeah, no, and we have a lot of that already. I mean, you keep working on that for sure and bring back whatever you have in August, whatever you have, bring back, so we could look at that. Because we have a lot already, we have a lot already done.
What is the rush? Let them do the work that they need to do
The-
instead
the-
of
the
making
peop- the
them.
peop- the people
No,
out
what
there
I'm
is the
saying
rush.
is, I think they need some time, and you're pressuring them to rush their work. So if a few more weeks that, you know, in the trajectory of this going is going to open, allow them to be able to present exactly the information that we need to make a conscious decision.
Can I,
So we
sorry,
have
Madam Mayor, can I get
motion
one?
on the floor.
A clarifying question on the motions. So, or sorry, for staff, Ms. Diamond. So the information, if it's provided in August or September, you can do either, except RRM might not have all of their information by then. If we wait until September, ultimately, you'd still have the street open in November. Okay.
That's correct.
So. Okay.
I'm good with that. If
So,
that's-
okay, so then I'll withdraw my second on your substitute, because I think ultimately we're gonna be in the same spot. We're just waiting a month for RM to provide all their information before making that determination. I agree with what you're saying. You're trying to make the point that we're just waiting 2 weeks to make, some of us probably the same decision. We're gonna be provided most of the same information, so I think I'm fine with waiting, so.
Okay. Thank you for that. So we go back to the,
Withdraw that motion.
thank you. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Call for a vote.
Because are we still, the motion that if we're going to get the vehicle code closure termination to be considered on the September 16th? Is it going to say reopen on Monday, November 3rd?
Is that what you?
So we've asked for 2 options.
Right.
One is open on November 3rd. The other is remain closed.
Correct, okay. But
We
it's going to
have
say
those 2
open on
options.
November 3rd is the.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. That's,
Yes. Okay. I think we've got all that cleared out. Call for a vote, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Is everyone clear on the motion? Or I can restate
Yes.
it? Okay.
And thank you for the discussion. Appreciate it.
Okay, you can go ahead and now enter your vote. All votes have now been entered. 7 ayes, and the motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, staff. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. On to formal item number 14, and that is the revised benefits and additional compensation resolution for unrepresented employees. And we have a staff presentation from Monica. Let's wait
Folks,
until.
we're still in an active council meeting. If I could have you keep your voices down.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and members of the City Council and City staff. My name is Monica Main, and I am the Assistant Human Resources Director for the City of Ventura. I'm here to present item number 14 to you today. Currently, the retirement benefits provided to the city's unrepresented safety employees are included in the benefits resolution via reference to other external documents. The California Public Employees Retirement System, also known as CalPERS, which manages and administers the city's retirement benefits, recently notified the city that special compensation related to retirement for unrepresented employees must be fully described in the benefits resolution without reference to external documents. To satisfy the CalPERS requirements, the proposed benefits resolution removes the reference to other documents and instead includes the full description of retirement benefits for unrepresented safety employees within the benefits resolution. There is no additional cost to the city, as this change simply transfers the existing retirement benefits information for unrepresented safety employees from the external documents directly into the benefits resolution. Staff is recommending that council adopt the revised resolution providing for benefits and additional compensation for unrepresented employees in salary schedules E, M, C, and D effective July 8th, 2025. This concludes my report, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions from the council? Okay, we'll go ahead and recognize any public comments on this item.
Thank you, Mayor. No public comment received on item 14.
All right, bring it back to council with a motion. I'll need a motion for action.
Move to approve staff's recommendation.
Second.
Thank you. Motion and a second, and we can call for a vote.
You can go ahead and enter your vote now. Oh, apologies. We'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Duran?
Yes.
Councilmember McReynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Mongonay?
Yes.
Councilmember Campos?
Yes.
Councilmember Schumacher?
Number 14.
Number 14.
It's the revised benefits and additional compensation resolution.
Oh, yes.
Deputy Mayor Halter?
Yes.
Mayor Dr. Sanchez Palacios?
Yes.
7 ayes and the motion carries.
Great.
All right.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Moving on to item 15, which is the First Amendment to Professional Services Agreement. And we have a staff presentation. This is the Professional Services Agreement, PW 25-1186, with Philippine Engineering for Construction Management Services. Welcome, staff. Thank you for hanging in there.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council. My name is Charlie Ebling. I'm your Public Works Director. I'm joined tonight by Peter Shade, Assistant Public Works Director and City Engineer. Before you tonight is a request to approve consultant contracts in support of construction management for the Levis Park Drive and Levee Capital Improvement Project. By the way, there will be detailed dollar amounts shown in the following slides. For ease of discussion, I will round the numbers in my presentation. Shown in the project location map before you is the alignment of the existing extension of Levis Park Drive connecting Johnson Drive on the east end of the project to the existing Levis Park Drive on the west side. The location map also shows the levee, which runs along the Santa Clara River and then westerly along the edge of the Buenaventura Golf Course. The scope of the project is the following. For the Levis Park Drive extension, the project will include new 4-lane roadway extensions of Levis Park Drive to Johnson Drive, a new traffic signal at Perkin Avenue, a Class 1 multi-use bike path parallel to the new roadway, new biofiltration and storm drainage infrastructure, and an extension of domestic water and sewer utilities within the roadway. For the Levis Park Drive levee, the project will include approximately 2,000 linear feet of new masonry flood wall, approximately 3,400 linear feet of new earthen levee embankment, storm drainage features through the levee improvements, and 2 floodgate crossings of Levis Park Drive and Auto Center Drive. For context, in November of last year, your council authorized the project to be advertised to receive bids from contractors. In February, we received bids from 4 contractors. And finally, on May 6th, your council awarded the construction contract for $37 million and approved the execution of a funding agreement with the adjacent property owners. City staff have made progress on the project over the intervening period since the contract approval. That includes the permit has been received from the Union Pacific Railroad. The property owner funding agreement was executed by all parties. The property owner's $10 million contribution to the project has been received. The property easements have been received and recorded, and the construction contract with Toro Enterprises has been executed. The overall construction schedule is the following. As I mentioned, in February, we did the bid opening. In May, we awarded the construction contract. Construction will begin, or the notice to proceed to the contract will begin in August of 2025. And it's a 720 calendar day construction contract that will be completed approximately in August of 2027. As you will recall from our May 6th presentation, the overall project cost is $50.9 million, of which $47.1 million is expected to be expended to complete construction. This includes $800,000 that will be transferred to the Public Art Fund. As previously mentioned, $10 million has been received from the adjacent property owners per the funding agreement. To support construction management, the project approvals of 3 consultant contracts, including Amendment Number 1 to Philippine Engineering's agreement for a new total of $3.6 million plus contingency, Amendment Number 1 to the Michael Baker International's agreement for a new total of $400,000 plus contingency, and a new agreement with Rincon Consulting for a total of $150,000 plus contingency. The construction phase of the project is just the beginning, and before you are the main steps we are working on leading to a groundbreaking anticipated for late August. A few items, including the acquisition of the Moon Ditch regulatory permits, the acquisition of the Caltrans permit, and the approval of an amendment with Ventura County Watershed Protection District for the project cooperative agreement, continue to represent risks for this project. The recommendations in the staff report support the strategic priority of infrastructure and the focus area of to maintain and improve the conditions of roads, water, and storm drains. And with that, we have our recommendations for this evening. I won't read each one of them, but the recommendations tonight include approval of 2 amendments and a new professional services agreement, plus contingencies to support construction management of the Olivas Park Drive Extension and Levy Capital Improvement Project. And with that, we are available for questions.
Thank you. I'm bringing it to council for any questions, if any. No? Okay, I'll go to public comment, if we have any public comments on this item.
Thank you, Mayor. No public comment on item 15.
All right, bring it back for council deliberation, and a motion is required. I'll move staff's recommendation.
I'll second.
Thank you.
We do have a motion and a second on the floor to approve the staff recommendation. You can go ahead and
Thank
enter
you,
your
staff.
vote now. All votes have now been entered. 7 ayes, and the motion carries.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, and on to our last formal item, item number 16, which is the Buenaventura Golf Course flood mitigation design options. And I believe we have another staff presentation. And whenever you're ready, staff.
Good evening, Honor Mail City Council. We have a presentation. I'll get started here in a second after I do a couple of preemptive scene setters and an introduction to the design team. 10 months after Buenaventura Golf Course was destroyed by a storm, we were presented 2 very unfavorable options. The first option, after damage assessment had been performed, insurance had been reconciled, we could pursue the $16.8 million restoration of the course to its original condition, knowing full well that that course would not be insurable, or the other option that was presented was that the course would go fallow and not be used for golf or any other potential use in the future other than recreation. Following a rejection of those two options, we pursued research and identified a third option, which would be to mitigate the course against future flood events in a known floodway and a known floodplain. That led to the contracting with the design and engineering team and an economic capability to do forecasting for 4 potential design concepts to render a new and improved Buenaventura Golf Course in a sustainable condition against future flood events to protect assets on the course. I'm going to turn this over to Damian Pascuzzo from Pascuzzo Golf Course Design, who is going to go through the analysis that was performed in preparation and modeling of 4 concepts, and also the various attributes associated with each one of those concepts for council to provide guidance on which design concept we will take for FEMA funding. And we also have Mr. Bill Roche, who is a former regional deputy administrator for FEMA, who has been instrumental in guiding the claim process and keeping a project design in scope so that we have the highest potential to submit and use FEMA resources in order to mitigate and fund a future design. With that, I'll turn this over to Mr. Pascuzzo.
Madam Mayor, council members, thank you.
Your mic.
Oh,
There we go.
Thank you. Madam Mayor and council members, it's very nice to be with you tonight. I'll walk you through the work that we've completed over the last few months. This is the design team that we have together, not only us as golf course architects and the engineers, but also the economic consultants, agronomic and irrigation consultants, as well as Disaster IO, helping us with the FEMA process. I think before we get started into the various concepts, it's important to understand some of the terminology and some of the issues that we're dealing with behind this whole process. Currently, FEMA flood flows are documented at 161,000 cubic feet a second. And to put that into more relevant terms, if you think of a basketball, that's about a cubic foot of water. And so if you were standing on the shoreline while this 100-year event was happening, you'd have about 161,000 basketballs passing by you every second. That equates to about 1.2 million gallons per second. So it's a huge amount of water. We're anticipating in the next several years that FEMA would adopt some greater flows. The 100-year flood flows would be designated at 227,000 cubic feet per second, which equates to about 1.7 million gallons per second flowing down the river. This is a model produced by PACE that shows the current conditions. You can see that in the 100-year event, the Buenaventura Golf Course floods completely. The golf course is basically in this area here, and the flows all the way back to the base of the bluff on the current golf course. We looked at the history of the flows too. There was some questions that had come up during the public workshop, and Parks and Rec Commission is like, how often does this flood? So PACE went back through the historic data that's been gathered at multiple stations along the Santa Clara River. And they're confident in saying that since 1932, the Santa Clara River has flowed to the extent of 70,000 cubic feet per second at least once a decade. And that would flood the golf course to 70,000 CFS. So this isn't something that happens once every 20 or 30 or 50 years. We're experiencing this about once a decade. And I think it's the opinion of the educated guys on the design team that it's only going to get worse as we experience more and more climate change. So this orange line you see down here represents the current designated FEMA floodway at 161,000 CFS. If the new flows are adopted in a few years, that designated floodway will move all the way up to the top of the golf course, or the base of the parking lot, or the bluff at the parking lot. Do we have those other slides? Okay, all right. Okay. So I will, and I am not the hydraulic engineer, but I will try to explain very simply the difference between a floodplain and a FEMA designated floodway. Within FEMA's designated floodway, there's far more restrictions about what we can and can't do. They're very adverse to us bringing in fill material because that constricts the floodway and raises the water surface elevation during the flood. Is that fair? Okay. So with that as a background, we approached this and developed 4 concepts. And concept A here is one that we identified the most valuable parts of the golf course. And that would be the putting greens, the tees, and the irrigation system. The fairways and roughs are more natural soil, and we can recover from inundation in those areas much easier. But the greens are constructed in a very special way. They're fairly expensive to build. And so we identified the most sensitive areas to the golf course, and we raised those areas up above the 100-year floodplain. And we've kept the routing of the current golf course pretty much intact for this level of design. The result of this is, on the left side, you can see all those areas of red and orange would be low areas. The areas of green would be more neutral areas, and the teal and the blue would be the areas that are raised. So we're raising all the greens and tees, letting the fairways and roughs stay low, perhaps even making them lower, and allowing them to be inundated during the flood events. When we run the hydraulic model on that, that's the exhibit on the right-hand side, and you can see the blue area, how much it floods the golf course, but the areas that remain green are the elevated areas protecting the greens and tees. Concept B is just a slight variation of that, and it was our thinking that if we're already raising certain areas up above the 100-year floodplain, what if we connected those high areas with a smaller berm that would protect us against a 25-year event? And that was concept B. You can see here on the left side the shaded areas. That would be the raised areas. And as an example, by hole number 13 here, we have a high point for this green, high point for these greens and tees, and we just sort of connected the dots with this berm to protect us against a 25-year event. The hydraulic model on the right illustrates that. You can see that in a 25-year storm, the golf course still stays dry. Anything over a 25-year storm, we would still experience some level of inundation. The third concept was something very, very different. It was our attempt to stay out of the FEMA designated floodway, which is indicated by the orange dashed line here at the bottom. And we wanted to see what we could accomplish with the residual land if we stayed out of the FEMA designated floodway. What we were able to design was a 12-hole golf course, par 3s, par 4s, par 5s, par 48, with 2 6-hole loops. So at the top here, we would start on number 1, finish on number 6, go back out on 7, and finish on number 12 over here. The advantage of this is that we would berm this entire property in and prevent the 100-year flood from impacting us in any fashion. And this is the hydraulic model that shows that. You can see the old part of the golf course that would not be used anymore would be inundated, but as we have the berm running along this edge and up along the western side, the golf course stays dry. And the fourth concept here was what we sort of termed as our blue sky concept. we asked ourselves, what would it take if we raised everything, greens, tees, fairways, all above the 100-year flood, and then simply allowed the rough and out-of-play areas to inundate during flooding. Again, the layout of the golf course doesn't change very much, and the modeling looks like this. So you can see that the fairways and greens and tees are all high and dry, and that the narrow areas in between all of the holes is what inundate. So I'd like to go back also, because we looked not just at the golf course, but we looked at some of the facilities. The current buildings all sit down within the floodway, or the future floodway, but are all subject to being inundated during floods. So every concept, we've sort of put placeholders in here for a new 6,000 square foot clubhouse / hybrid community center, multi-use space. That keeps, we would keep the existing cart storage, which are shown by these two rectangular areas right here. In doing this, we checked the parking lot. The parking lot still has enough space to handle the number of parking spots we would need for golfers. And in getting these buildings up to the level of the current parking lot, it does free up a little bit more space down here below for us to maybe do an outdoor event space, large practice putting green. There are a few things that we could do with that. But I just wanted to point out that in all four concepts, the building concept stays the same. This is a comparison matrix of the four concepts. The big distinctions here is in the cut and fill column. If we do concept A's where we just raise tees and greens, we're looking at roughly 336,000 cubic yards of soil and a construction cost, of about $29.3 million. If we add in that berm, which protects us against 25-year storm events, we're now looking at about 670,000 yards of dirt. So twice as much dirt would be required, which drives up the construction costs by about $5 million. Concept C, which is the 12-hole layout, uses the least amount of dirt at under 200,000 and is the least to build at about 20 million. But you'll also see that anticipated revenue drops in that concept versus the 18-hole concepts. And then in option D, we're using the most dirt at 773,000 cubic yards. That's our blue sky concept of raising everything. Construction estimate of about $37 million, and revenue numbers that are pretty consistent with options A and B. At this moment, I'll turn it over to Bill Roche to talk about the last two columns.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks for a pleasure to be here to help explain at least the FEMA process as we go through this. So, FEMA's funding for the public assistance program is basically what was damaged. So it's a repair in kind scenario. So that's why option A would be, they would have the most appetite for it because they've recorded the damages within the public, within the project application, and therefore we can then step to mitigating against those damages in the future, and that's the concept of raising those areas so they're less likely to get damaged or have repetitive damage. So that's why it's really the highest potential of FEMA funding, and presently we're working on there's a project in the system. Repair dollars are in the range of $6.1 million to repair what the storm damaged. We're in the process of developing a benefit cost analysis that right now would provide a range of, I'm going to say, somewhere between $24 and $28 million additional dollars for hazard mitigation. I want to emphasize it's in the process, so there's nothing guaranteed there. But the good news is, in that mitigation process, FEMA requires you to have the benefit cost analysis be greater than 1. And the model we ran on their toolkit has us at 1.2. So the good news is there's funding for it. It's just a matter of nailing down how much that funding is. And there's a bunch of sausage making that we have to go through to do that. So option A provides us that. The other thing, and probably the longer pole in the tent, is the environmental compliance for any of this work. And since it's on the original footprint and the grounds, it's less likely to have impacts. All of the 3 other options, when you talk about berms, are going to require extensive environmental compliance. What's happening, downstream if you're putting a berm up? Can you work in the floodway and not have a no rise certificate? Unlikely. So, we're focusing right now, and as far as the funding element, is getting as much funding as we possibly can for the repair and the mitigation component. So I spoke a little bit about where we are in the funding process. FEMA already provided an estimate. We want to go back and challenge them on that estimate. We believe it's woefully short of what it would be. It's in $23. We want to bring it current to $20-25 because nothing's been done. And so that will take place. That will also influence the mitigation money as well, and in a positive way. Timelines, and you've seen what's going on with the administration as far as what they have already done to FEMA, what they continue to do to FEMA. Setting all of that aside, in my experience, and I've got 25 years working for FEMA before I retired, we can probably count on the process to go back to them and submit the request for additional repair dollars and the mitigation dollars. Probably going to take, in a perfect environment, 3 to 6 months. And then once that's been approved, then the process of getting it cleared for compliance could take within, somewhere between 6 and 9 months, maybe a little bit longer. Good news is they're pretty far along in design. So FEMA's, line in the sand is, I need 30% design plans before I can even commence that. I think Damien will tell you that at least on option A, they're probably just pretty much there. So we might even consider submitting those plans when we request the mitigation. So that would kind of help in cutting off a month or 2.
This is our standard economic vitality development strategic priority slide. If you would please, sir. Thank you. And that's the recommendation, is to receive this presentation and then provide guidance on those concepts that we just presented. So we can finalize to 30% design maturity and then seek FEMA public assistance funding with mitigations. And that concludes our brief, pending your questions, City Council.
Thank you, staff. Appreciate the presentation. Any questions from council at the time? Deputy Mayor Halter?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, staff, for your presentation. And just to be clear, it's not a set dollar amount yet from FEMA what they would be willing to contribute towards this, correct? It's not sorry, I gotta get a little closer. So what I'm hearing is it's not necessarily a set dollar amount that FEMA's committed to yet, right?
Correct, and keep in mind that would be an estimate of dollars. So let's just say, for the sake of this conversation, it's the repair and the hazard mitigation in totality is $30 million.
Yeah.
If you go out competitively, bid the project, and stay within scope of what FEMA funded, they'll pay actual cost on that. So if it comes in at $35 million, then, and as long as you stay in scope, they'll reimburse for that.
Got it. Okay. And when it says revenue on slide 14, you're talking annual revenue? Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
And did Parks and Recs weigh in on this?
Yes, we had two public meetings before this meeting. The first one was a workshop for the golf community, and the second one was the Parks and Recreation Commission.
And can you tell us which way did they?
Yes, they're, in the surveys that they, input that they provided, option A was the one that had the highest majority support.
Excellent.
Thank you. Councilmember Duran?
Thank you. Thanks again for your presentation, again. Some questions for you in regards to federal funding, FEMA funding. I think the last time we talked, you said it would cover about 75%?
Yeah. You want me to walk you through the cost share component?
No, but about 75%. roughly?
75% federal, and then the non-federal is, the state picks up 75 of that 25. So the local share is 6.25%. So that would be what the city, or the Parks Department, the city would be out of pocket. That's their contribution.
So on option A, it'd be roughly about $5 million that we would be out of pocket, right? Okay.
And that's also after insurance is included in the funding program.
Okay. How sure are you that we will get federal funding for this project? Like, for a couple reasons. Number one, I heard FEMA might not be around in November. I also heard, because we're on the list of being a sanctuary city, that we may lose that federal funding. So tell me how true is this money coming in?
Well, I think most of the stuff that's happening right now is pretty much kind of like going forward, Councilman. It's what's already in play. My sense is that they're going to continue to provide funding to the communities for things that happen. This event was in 2023. So as long as we can stay within FEMA's process, which we're well within those timeframes, and continue to work with them, I'm very confident that the mitigation proposal meets the standard, right? The wild card is, somebody, the White House coming in the 11th hour. I mean, I've seen stuff that the Secretary Noem is asking for all grants to go across her desk greater than $100,000. I don't even know how that would happen, frankly. So, and why that number, right? So listen, the process already has in place a check and balance for projects greater than $1 million have to go through this, what they call a large project notification process, which goes to OMB at the White House and then goes to Congress, to the members' offices, so they can, do their, public notices or whatever. Here's the money that's coming your way. So that's the process. That'll continue to be the process. And I'm, as far as whether or not there's absolutely, I think there's a pretty low risk that this wouldn't get funded.
Not 100%, but up there. Okay. And maybe Mr. Connors, you know this answer. How many times have we had to close the golf course because of flooding? Like, how many times have we had to close it because of flooding?
And Mr. Pascuso, we had Pace Engineering. We do have both Peter and Andrew Renault from Pace Engineering that had done modeling to determine how many events over the course of the opening of Buenaventura Golf Course were flooded. And there's a lot of people out there who believe that it never floods, and that's just not true. But more significantly, there's been two events in 6 years, in 2017 and 2023, that were significant enough that improved the benefit cost analysis model that FEMA ran when we engaged with them. And so the position, at least from the engineering side, it's not getting better. In fact, that frequency would suggest that it's probably going to be worse. And preparing for that is in the best interest of a sustainable golf course.
So just out of curiosity, the last flood that we had in 2023, wasn't that kind of a one-off because we had all of those trees and everything hung up by the bridge. And I mean, from what I understand, it was an odd occurrence.
This is an engineering question, so I'm going to refer to either Peter or Andrew if he can talk through that, because we did a technical analysis that Mr. Renault provided to us to identify the causal factor of the 23 flood. And either Peter or Andrew, if you're available to comment.
My time's up, but could they still answer the question?
Hello? Yes, go ahead. We can hear you.
Okay, yeah, this is Andrew now. I'm a PhD, I'm the technical director at PACE. And just so to answer the question that was raised and Peter was just, that Rick was just discussing is, that's a great question. And there was a lot of talk about, was it the bridge? Could it have been the bridge? And we did a fairly detailed analysis of that, because if it was the bridge, it would solve our clients' problems pretty easily, because then they could just clean out the bridge and then fix the golf course, and it would be a very easy solution and path forward. But to look at that, we took the FEMA model, which is, we have the latest FEMA model of the river and the system, which extends from way upstream all the way down to the bridge at Victoria and through. And we have the flow rate that flooded the golf course during the 2023 event. We got that from Ventura County, from the gauge network that's not public yet. And so we had the flow rate, we had the FEMA model, and we ran that and looked at the water surface elevations, which we can actually have at the golf course building, because we have the elevation of the ground and we have actually measured flood damage on the building that we can measure. So we have a very good idea of what the peaks of the ponded water on the golf course actually were during that event. And by running the FEMA model at the flow rate, we know what happened, and looking at the water source elevations and comparing them to the actual, what I say is sort of a calibrated water surface elevation, we could tell that the FEMA model was very close, like within a half a foot of what the actual water surface elevations are. And then to further check it, we then added mats of debris to the piers down at Victoria in the FEMA model, and added successively larger mats of debris to see how much it increased the water surface elevation. And because, although it looks flat, there's enough elevation between the golf course and downstream at Victoria Avenue that adding, actually what I'd say ridiculous mats of debris on the bridge really didn't have much of an effect at all, less than an inch or two up at the golf course. And from that, we can conclude quite confidently that the flooding was not caused by debris mats. Close to the bridge, did it make things worse? Yes. At the golf course, did it make things worse? Not really. And aside from that, that event was a large event. It wasn't a 100-year event, but it was greater than a 50-year event up at the golf course. So it was just a very large event, and it flooded the golf course. So I don't know if that answered the question or not. I hope it did.
Yes, it did. Thank you very much for your response.
You're quite welcome.
Thank you. Councilmember Campos?
So if I understood the presentation, concept A is the one most likely to get fully funded by FEMA. Is that correct? And can I ask Mr. Shahede, are you confident with concept A being capable of mitigating all of the problems that we experience at the golf course?
Thank you, Councilmember Campos. So I'm confident that it will mitigate much of the damage that we saw from 2023. So where we're raising the tees and the greens, those are the high dollar valued assets within the golf course. And then, of course, this alternative also will elevate the structures closest to the parking lot. Those structures all got flooded 2023. So we'll still have flooding in a 100-year event within the golf course, but the attempt by this alternative is to eliminate damage to the high asset value.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McReynolds, followed by Councilmember Schumacher.
Thank you. I just, can we go to slide 14? I just want to run through the math really quick on option A. So at, so at 29.3 million, we're hoping to get FEMA to fund 75% of that number. Is that my understanding?
Well, whatever dollar value we can land on, we're going to try to maximize it, right? Let's just say it's greater than that. The program requires, if it's 30 million, FEMA pays 75% of the 30 million.
Right. So then the 29.3, theoretically, FEMA would pay 22 million of that number at 75%.
Yes.
Okay.
if
And then the
that's
state, so that would leave a balance of 7.1 million. So the state would pay
75% of that 25%. So
which would be 5.3 million. So the actual, what the city would be on the line is 1.8 million.
correct.
Okay, not 5. So that's better. So in this case, 2 is better than 5.
Right.
Yeah. So, okay. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Schumacher, followed by Councilmember Duran.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your presentation. Can we go to slide 7? Mr. Connors, you said that when presented to the community, option A was the highest supported, even though it has the highest potential for flooding.
Even though what?
It has the highest potential for flooding, is that my understanding?
I'm not sure it has the highest potential for flooding.
I mean, when I'm looking, sorry, can you go back? Sorry, you're going to.
You want to see the table?
There you go. Is this not, I mean, isn't this showing that it can flood?
I think the standard that is used to compare them is the amount of downtime in between flood events compared between the other two, or the other three options. And so the 18-hole course, as presented as concept A, elevates all the high components. Lower will flood, but the downtime is going to be limited, is the way that I think the designers look at this.
Okay.
Go ahead.
That's correct. What we cannot say with any certainty is what that downtime will be, because every storm has a different duration and a different intensity. We could get rain Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, off Thursday, Friday, come back Saturday, Sunday. So we made some educated guesses on downtime for our economic model on revenue and expenses, but that's the best we can do right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Duran?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, there's been some questions on why there wasn't a fifth option, right? So how come we couldn't just repair the 4 holes that we have right now, because we have 14 holes. Why couldn't we just repair those holes? Because I understand that was about $750,000 to fix. And so, some people ask me, why wasn't that option up there? So can you explain why that option wasn't made available to us?
We reopened the course with 2 important factors. One of them is do not spend any money that we may have to destroy and rebuild in a mitigated project. And the second part of it was whatever we do should integrate into a future mitigation. So minimal cost, not in competition with or conflict with a future mitigation design. So there's only really 2 holes that are unusable and destroyed, and that's holes 2 and 8. So we avoided repairing those holes because of the expense associated with them. And also, we knew that in every one of these, except for the 12-hole option, we would have to basically rebuild those greens.
And the reason I bring that up is because based on the calculation, because here's the questions I'm getting, right? Based on the calculations of an 18-hole golf course, our anticipated revenue on an 18-hole golf course is $4.5 million. If it costs less than $1 million to repair 4 holes, doesn't it make sense to repair the hole and not worry about, because we're going to spend $1.8 million, thank you for that correction, on, if FEMA does it, and then, but we'd be spending less than $1 million if we just repaired the holes and generate $4.5 million in revenue.
Thanks, Councilman Ray. The big part that's missing from that logic is that the course would not be insurable without the mitigation part of it. And so, although it may have the same revenue potential, the moment it gets inundated with another equitable flood, we have no hope of getting any funding to repair it. And Bill, if you would.
And obviously, as part of the public assistance, federal money, right, you need to insure yourself to the level of the assistance that was provided, so obtain and maintain it. Obviously, if you go and do this work, it'll qualify for insurance, right, from private carriers. But on the federal side, even the damage that was done in the 2017 event, just a little bit less than $1 million, you would have had to carry insurance for that. But right now, it seems the case is that it's uninsurable. So you really got to do some work to have it be insured, or you're not going to. If it gets damaged again, then there's no place to go, no place to turn.
Thank you. Thank you. So the last time it flooded in 2023, we got insurance money, though, correct?
Yeah, there's some parts of it that are still being reconciled with our brokering and carriers, but there has been insurance payouts.
But you're saying that if we don't fix it the right way, then we can't get insurance for that course.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions from council right now. So I'll go ahead and recognize public speakers.
Thank you, Mayor. We have 2 speakers on item 16. Our first speaker is Craig Kessler, followed by Spencer Noren, and speakers will have 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Mayor Sanchez Palacios and members of the council, my name is Craig Kessler, and while I serve as executive director of the California Alliance for Golf, tonight I'm speaking in my capacity as one of the persons that was put together, I think authorized by this council or the city manager's office, to work with the city manager's office on getting us to this moment. First, I want to thank this council, and I want to thank the city manager's office for going to this much trouble on behalf of, or this much care and concern on behalf of a golf course that served this community for about 100 years. And I'm hopeful it looks like maybe another 100 years. Second, I want to point out it is pretty obvious that everything favors option A. I think everyone's come to the conclusion and I think some of the confusion of Councilmember Schumacher's question is that, and I've seen these other designs in other places in the state, and Damian Piscuzzo has designed some of them. The water, the assets, the things that really cost the money on a golf course don't go underwater during one of the 50-year floods. Some of it does, and then the water drains off. Third, it is very common for municipal golf courses in particular to be in flood zones, flood plains. They're in and oftentimes, and they're there for a reason, because they can withstand, because the water is often diverted. For example, in the Los Angeles River in the San Fernando Valley, is diverted in order to protect the homes and the businesses. Those cat gates open up, and when there's too much, when there's a heavy rain event, the water flows into the golf course. It flows off, and the problem here is that this time it didn't flow off. Again, I think everyone's come to the dispositive issue. The key is restoring it so that it can be insured. so that to the degree to which some water will flow on and have some difficulty flowing off in the next 100 years, at least you'll be able to recover some of the with insurance. So with that, again, just want to close. I'm not going to take up the entire 3 minutes. Really want to thank the council. I want to thank the city manager's office, and for getting us to this point. I'll encourage you to do, I think, what the public did at the community meeting. I did attend that, and that is to move forward with option A. Thank you.
And our final speaker is Spencer Norton.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate you, sir. Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, Ventura Police Department, and translation and back. Thank you for translating my words in Spanish. I appreciate that. I want to come in support of option A in our golfing community today. First, by recognizing Assistant City Manager Britt Connor and the hard work he's been putting in and the respect that our golf community has been given these last few years. Mr. City Manager, thank you for your leadership as well, sir. This has been a big day coming because the community's been waiting not only for a new course in its design, but to be recognized in a positive asset over 100 years. Myself, as a former Parks and Rec Commissioner, was a huge advocate as my time served as the chair, even at one point setting an agenda, bringing in Mr. Carl Van, a one-time operator of our golf courses, to show the viability and the sustainability and the profit that it brings in. It was the council at that time, along with a council member, looking to bring up falsifications and then even rumors in our community of selling off our golf courses. And those type of thoughts and process were what brought a lot of motivation that you can see here and the love for our golf courses. What a unique situation is to have 2 public 18-hole courses within a couple miles of the beach. I don't want to discredit our third course, Mr. Charmin Charlie's, over off of Wells Road, but that's a huge asset that we have as being this diverse outdoor community, right? Of outdoor visiting, surfing, hiking, golfing is one of our biggest things. I want to commend Director Stacy Zarazua for being here tonight as well. She knows the effort that we've been putting in to bring respect for the golf courses and showing that. And furthermore, I don't do this very often, but to recognize the public who's here and well, this might be the finest group of ladies that I've seen in this chambers before, and I'm shocked they don't have any public comments in, right? Talk about a silent force of greatness, staying here late, showing you what Ventura can be part of and what's important and special to Ventura can go unspoken. And I can never be unspoken myself, but I'd love to speak for the golf community that's so important. Again, thank you, Mr. Connor, for your effort. Thank you for staff effort to getting us a way forward. What's the best path for a complete 18 holes, refurbished amenities, not only with somewhere to hang out after you play golf, but before. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you to our public speakers. Bring it back to council for deliberation and a motion. Oh, no motion required, but you do want feedback and guidance. Councilmember Duran.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a quick question in regards to, let's just say, we get there and FEMA says, we can't do it. What would be the next option?
Well, that's one of the reasons we wanted to open at least a temporary transitional version of golf. We're going to expand it from 14 holes to 18 holes shortly with 2 temporary greens. And so we'll continue to operate that course and generate revenue until we can resolve a future alternative option to pursue.
Okay, so 2 last things. Number 1, I want to recognize you for all the work you've done. When Mayor Joe was here, I remember you back in your office with your screens up, talking about how this was going to work. And thank you for putting the team together. Thank you for holding the meetings. I want to acknowledge every one of you that have come to our golf meetings, those ones we had back in that room, and took time out of your day to come and give your feedback, which was so, so valuable to where we are today. So I thank you. Thank you so much for that. And once again, thank you for all the work that you're doing. You made everything very clear for us tonight.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. Any other additional comments? So do we do like a straw hat or thumbs up, thumbs down to give them direction as there's no motion required? And go ahead.
I mean, I see the community is pretty much, I mean, I want to make sure that the community is heard, and it sounds like concept A is really something that we, or they're looking for us to move forward with, and I would be willing to support that. I also want to echo, I think that we have a really strong golfing community here, and I think when talking to Director Sarasua, what I'm hoping is that the golfing community can also support the city in ways to somehow, I've always been talking about this since our strategy planning meetings, in a way that helps us with working together, right? Because you are an entity, we are an entity, and seeing how we can be able to support each other in subsidizing those costs. But I see that there's a lot of positive things here. The FEMA subsidies or reimbursement, however you want to see it, as well as thank you for the math, Councilmember McReynolds. That was very helpful. And it sounds like this is what Deputy Mayor always says, it's a win-win-win. So I would be willing to support Concept A.
Thank you. And I agree with that as well. I think, again, thank you to everyone here as well who stayed until now to hear this item, and for all of you who also wrote in and contacted us. Appreciate the engagement, and thank you as well, Mr. Connors, for leading the way and everyone involved in bringing this forward. I would be fine with option A as well. So with that, option A?
Yeah, just to make it known, when we were in that room back there and they put up all the charts, it was by far, option A was the
Okay.
one everybody wanted. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, thank you. And I just did want to comment on your golf vest, sweater vest, so. Looking good. So thank you, staff, for the presentation. And I think if you have any questions or anything, but I think we're clear.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we'll move on to the second public comment, public communications. Do we have any additional general public communications?
Thank you, Mayor. 2 speakers. Our first speaker is Spencer Norn, followed by Trevor Gottsman. Speakers will have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. City Clerk, Mayor, Council, VPD, translation. I had a chance to go to the Rules Committee meeting yesterday. I had to take off, though. It was a long one. Nice one, though. And I think something that got lost in that meeting, and I even made a little comment today online, is how unique Ventura is. In that meeting, I thought the most powerful thing that we learned was how we're different. And I've made comments before in this council that Ventura is Ventura because Ventura is different, and that we can lead by being different, and different being unique, not a weird different, but in a special different. And that we are the leader. I really truly believe that we are the leading and shining star in this world of opportunity for fun and for business, community. And we got a lot of work to do. And you 7 know, and Mr. City Manager, you know that as well. But it was that uniqueness in the work that Michael and his staff had done to show to us that we were the only city in the county that seeds time and does PowerPoint presentations, if I saw that correctly. And I just thought that was so powerful to know what we do and what we move to have 100 public speakers in a meeting. I think we're kind of looking past that a little bit. And how much time we put into it, how much we ask for staff. And everyone at council is super appreciative and respectful. So it's no criticism. It just kind of goes to energy I was thinking about last night is how great our clerk staff is. And how they're setting that up so then we can be different because our clerk staff is working harder. See what I'm saying there? And I felt probably responsible for that because there were moments that Michael was talking in his comments about public speakers that he makes their life easier. And that might have been me, directed towards me, or a great conglomeration, a unique ball of wax, which is the residents in the city of Ventura that he's been meeting the last few years. And I can tell by him sometime and his awesomeness, by his smiles, that maybe he got more than he asked for, but boy, is he proud to work there. And so I want to continue to listen to him, listen to his staff, Kaylee, you as well. Also, clerks that have come before. I'm thinking of Antoinette Mann right now, of how important that process is, from all those public service requests that I could put more of in, to all of those. It's not just at our council meetings. So again, Ventura is different. Because our staff works hard, our staff works different, and they give us opportunity to share our unique opinions. Thank you, sir.
And our final speaker is Trevor Gottsman.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, City staff, community members. I got to follow up on anyway, I'm going to speak about the same things. What I still would love to see is Ventura Volunteer Community Corps. That is a little something that the city sets up so that they can use community members. You see what the golf course can do. You see what these community members are like. We are all willing to put our time and effort and our skills to work for where we love living. So I know this country runs on private industry, but we're private individuals, but we're asking to be trusted, to find a way that you can trust us all to do the work that you cannot do yourselves, and to supplement the work, because we all have different requirements. So with that said, the next point I want to bring up is bring Zoom onto every meeting, every public meeting. You've got CAPS recording the meetings. This is something I would do for you if you had a volunteer community corps. I would end up setting up Zoom for all the public meetings, monitoring it, maintaining it. I'll do it on my own account, but you've got an account. But this is something that I feel is also invaluable, because I've said I will come there if I'm allowed to walk the dog with you. He keeps me company 24/7, 365. And that brings up the next point. I keep asking, and I'm going to keep reminding, because we need to speak to, once again, the private landowners, where the volunteers can go and where they can give us paths around the city from each of the neighborhoods. Give us that opportunity to, as I say, commune with nature, to be and to connect with our neighbors and the different neighborhoods, and to get to know this place and to know where to go in the floods. And so this is really what I'm here for, to try and speak for those that aren't present. I would love to show you my face, and I will be present one of these days. As I said, if we've got this, if you allow me to bring the dog, he's not a service animal, but he's as good as one. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you all for a wonderful evening, and thank you, thank you, thank you. You have a good night, everybody.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you, and no additional comments from our staff. So with that, I'll go ahead and adjourn this meeting in memory of Enrique Eric Campos. And our next regular meeting will be Tuesday, August 19th, but we do have a special meeting tomorrow at 5. Thank you, meeting adjourned.